And we should be live. Uh, the one bad thing about Unity games, you're stuck with full screen, and there's no borderless windowed. Shoot out that tweet. Put this here. And bright. Very bright. Okay. Uh-huh. Put this one over here. Hello, Ava. As ever, very timely. Did you know that that Nea, or more specifically, Nea, is just a very fun way to say no in both Lithuanian and Russian? And the more you know. If you're not hearing the game, that is because I am currently tabbed out. Let's see. Let's. Huh. Okay. Uh, time is frozen, like so much in Syberia. Time is definitely not frozen. Well, it's frozen in the sense that it's still set in 2005, I believe. Right now it is, yes. But what is particularly ironic and particularly funny to me is that the game is still set in 2004 and 2005, but it's been 20 years since I've played the original. So whereas 20 years have passed for me, for us, in this game, only a year has passed. I think the 4 games take place over the course of 3 years. Whereas for us, it's been 20 years. Nope. It's 3 years in this universe have passed over the course of 20 years of real life years. Christopher Nolan's Inception has got nothing on this. 1 second. 1 second. I wait. Neither does Boyhood. 1 moment. Okay. Boyhood. Cannot believe I actually watched that movie. Did I watch that movie? Who knows? Maybe in a haze I did. You've been watching God of War clips? How are they? I watched a little bit of God of War. Also, let me know if the in-game audio is louder than me again. I'm still obsessing a little bit over microphone settings. Blame perfectionism. So if I have messed anything up, let me know. How has it been going with the God of War clips? How's that been treating you, Ava? Because I've seen some. I think most of the ones I've seen have been pretty damning, or at the very least, very funny. It perhaps an unintentional way. I've seen clips where people have. There's one clip I've seen where I think it was Kratos. No, it was Atreus. He was pounced on, and there was a quick time event to fight back, and the streamer was not reacting in any way, and so he just was like drinking coffee while a QuickTime event was happening, and there was like no reaction from the game. You could just leave the QuickTime event hanging. You don't know how you feel about the game's version of Norse myth. Yeah. Man, that is a very good point, Form. Yeah. Yeah, like, this is what I talked about very briefly when I'm giving people some time to gather. This is what I talked about very briefly during my Syberia 3 stream, is that I feel like, I don't know if this is exactly what you take issue with, Ava, but personally I don't like it when fantasy, also, welcome back, Midori. Very nice to see you again. But yeah, this is what I briefly mentioned in the Syberia 3 stream, is that I kind of miss, I don't want to condemn like the more casually written speeches in fantasy games, but I do miss when fantasy games had slightly more intelligent writing. Yeah, I looked at like some of the dialogue written for Odin and like the voice acting for Odin in the new God of War. I don't know. I simply think it's not the kind of writing that I personally enjoy. Game looks very pretty though. If there's one thing, it's that the game is very pretty. I've seen complaints here and there. The scale is kind of off compared to the older God of War games, and I disagree. There's still like a few scenes that everything looks larger than life. Yeah, I miss when especially role-playing games weren't afraid to be grim and realistic, like historical fantasy / myth is dark as fuck. Yes. We had feels like a comparatively short period of time where developers wanted to create mature stories, and as a result, you had such games like Dragon Age, so specifically Dragon Age Origins. But instantly afterwards, in 2014, Dragon Age 2 comes out, and suddenly it feels like a Warcraft side story. It was just super stylized. If they had gone with a very specific myth, it would have worked, but they didn't. Yeah, it feels like a very subjective interpretation, which is not a bad thing. But if you happen to dislike that particular style, then that's not gonna save it for you. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins was fucking great, especially the dwarven underground city. See, the dwarves were an interesting subversion of your typical fantasy trope, in the very minor way. They weren't Scottish dwarves; they had an American accent. So that subversion, that toying with the established trope I liked it because it was toying with the trope, but they didn't like go out of their way too far off the beaten path that made it feel like, I don't know, they weren't talking like they're from Bronx, there was still like, the writing for them was still pretty, not formal, but again, I don't want to say intelligent, because that sounds a little bit condescending. Verbose, eloquent. It wasn't so much the dwarves, it was the darkness of the narrative in the whole, the dwarven fight versus the whatever they were called, the enemies. The Darkspawn. Very original. Totally not to be confused with underground orcs. Yeah, the whole discrimination again based on caste, the whole classicism angle in the dwarven society. That was yeah, Darkspawn brood mommies was something else. I remember they actually showed that off in a trailer, and I was like, ooh. You know you like them, Forum. Don't you pretend otherwise. No amount of me ascribing questionable titles to that. The Broodmother might be the first screenshot I ever took of a single-player game. Really? I don't know about that. Yeah, it has to be. There has to be something before then, right? Dragon Age Origins came out in 2009. Oh, like you're okay. Yeah. Yeah, it came out in 2009. That is a whole 20 years ago. This factually correct. Dragon Age Origins came out 20 years ago. You can fact check that. It's there on Wikipedia. The first screenshot I ever took was in Fallout of the various teddy bears doing stuff. Doing stuff. Sure. The Broodmother part was so horrible, but in a good way, right? You know, oh god, this is horrible, but I can't look away. Take 5 screenshots. Oh, this is so awful. Keep spamming the screenshot button. God, they're dwarves. That's awful. Uh, yeah. When big games weren't afraid to be horrible. Yeah, it's the associated risk, right? Yeah, the poem. It's just. And now she feasts. For she has become the beast. It's good. It's very good. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm sort of going back a little bit. I'm going to indie games a little bit more. Uh, I am, however, um, before I start, I guess short disclaimer in regards to what future game I'm going to play. So, cause this is kind of a segue because we're talking about big games and how they're afraid of going a little darker, a little gruesome, sort of. And that is Callisto Protocol. The Callisto Protocol is coming out this coming Friday on December 2nd. So it is a pretty big game delivered by, nonetheless, a studio that's not that big or renowned. It's a horror game developed by former Dead Space developers. Most notably, the director of the original Dead Space games has left EA to create the Callisto Protocol, and so it is very much a spiritual successor to that game, to Dead Space. Um, and as you can expect, it is pretty gruesome. It has really gruesome death animations, which is what Dead Space was famous for back in the heyday. Um, and yeah, it's a little bit of a departure, mood wise, and whatnot from Syberia, but it's still something that I think I want to play on stream. Still not entirely sure if I will, but it's a desire. It's one of the things that one of the games I'm considering for doing next. Uh, Assuming that bar you see up top fills up all the way, that also would also mean that while I play it, you would get to play custom sounds into my ears and try and scare the shit out of me. Uh, so it's just that with end of the year and all of the Jackdaw related expenses happening, I'm going to count those coins before I consider what next game is going to be streamed. However, whatever next game is going to be streamed, I'm very much looking forward to sharing it with you. If it's not Callisto Protocol, there is still Dark Bendy something. I keep forgetting the name. Dark Bendy's Revival. So that is set in a cartoon studio, and it takes something that is aimed for children and twists it and makes it macabre and bizarre. Bendy and the Dark Revival, and there's like something that I don't remember what the original game is called, but yeah, because there's the first game and then there's the sequel. So, and there's small games. They're both by an indie studio.
Maintaining the refuge must be a huge job. As tough as Lenny is, I hope she has some help when she needs it.
So I'm very slowly going to start. She is stuff. Is this leaving? Yeah. But I want to look around first. Cake Walker. That's her name. Cake Walker.
I have to put in a coin. Typical.
I don't think I have a coin yet. Oh, I guess I do. Okay, so please insert the coin and remove the cap. Old, but still working. Wouldn't be much of a Jackdaw if you hadn't picked up a coin along the way. Exactly. That's magpies, but yes. I do like shiny things. Oh, you can take a picture. Madonna stress. What's the other one? The other one was the heart shape. Do you see the heart shape? Because I don't. Like, they keep referencing the heart shape.
That's the fabled Silberspiegel. Oh, I wish I had time to watch it change color.
Is it like this is the dip? And then this is like goes around? Yeah, okay. Gotta take a picture. Yeah, I can see it on the picture now, actually. On the picture, it's much clearer. Yeah, it's realistically natural, so... You don't know? I'm not racist. I just don't like it. Hurts me a little bit. Look, it's not... It's a meme, okay? It makes sense. It makes sense if you know the meme. Teufelsgipfel? This gives people a little bit of time as well, anybody else, to show up while I am taking pretty pictures.
Wow. That path is breathtaking.
I don't know if I'm the only one being amazed. Not amazed, but I don't know what word to use. Taken aback? But I linked the... So I clipped... Shit. Yeah, we are bird watching. That's very good, actually. I clipped a part of the scene where Dana was playing on the piano, and I put it up on Twitter, but I also sent it to my parents. I sent it to my mother, and my mother really liked it, and because she played a little bit of piano in her youth, and she was like, the song's familiar, and I'm like, I don't know.
I wonder what's inside that tent.
Oh, interesting. And I said, I don't know. I think it's just an original song. And she said, no. This is something else. Maybe Chopin. And I'm like, I honestly I don't know. Sometime later, she comes back and she's like, "Yeah, your father found it. It's Chopin. It's this." And she sends me a YouTube video of that exact song, which is both endearing and at the same time I didn't know that it was Chopin, which makes sense that she would be playing something she knows, something she's studied in a musical academy, and it would not be an original composition. Because that would be really impressive if she had written her own composition. Wasn't there like an interactable here? Felt like there was, but yeah, it's right there. It's like, I guess that's Lenny. Okay. It's time to check inside. Some things don't change.
That must be the piano Dana played on the night she met Leon. The night Lenny told me about.
Oh, hello. What is... Oh, these are all clocks. Neat.
Reminds me of Hans's automatons in Valladolid.
Mister. Ava, same. And I for a very brief moment, I panicked.
I see I'm not the only one stuck here. Bah, pull up a seat and together we can moan about being stuck here.
Thank you, but I have things to do.
I hope you can stay until this evening at least. In London they have the changing of the guard. Here we get the changing of the colors. I guarantee it's worth the wait. Hmm? English?
American, actually.
Oh, seeing as you've come so far, then. Besides, it's always nicer to be stranded in good company. From Belgium, myself, on a world climbing tour.
Stranded?
Didn't you know? They've closed the Teufelskragen. That's the path they call the Devil's Pass.
So that's what all the fuss is about.
All down to climate change.
You mean the thaw, right?
Made the path too dangerous to climb and apparently resulted in a morbid discovery.
Oh?
Bodies of resistance fighters, killed while leading refugees to Switzerland. Frozen solid.
Resistance fighters? You mean frozen since the Second World War?
That's what the paper says.
Is that what the tent's for?
It's a temporary chapel of rest that the rescue team made while waiting for the bodies to be airlifted out.
I see. I guess there's no reason to disrespect the departed, even after all these years.
I only hope all this sudden interest from excavationists puts an end to the stupid rumors that a strange creature haunts the Silberspiegel. Otherwise, you can be sure as soon as the old lady pops her clogs, this place will become run over by those infernal tourists.
No more giant squids, please.
I've had some experience with fantastic fauna
Yeah,
myself.
we sure did.
But what do you make of the so-called strange creature that roams the mountain?
Just another local fairy tale to pull in the tourists, if you ask me. They say it lives in prehistoric caves. And that it's responsible for people going missing. Ooh. Some even say that the mysterious cries you can hear on some nights are the creature calling for a mate. In other words, the usual twaddle you normally get in remote or uncharted places like the high mountain or the deep sea. Twaddle passed down from generation to generation through sheer ignorance.
Surely, from what I read on the way here, the cries could come from an animal native to the area, couldn't they?
That is my thinking exactly. No doubt a bear with something caught in his throat. It happens, you know. Probably scared a tourist one evening, or... maybe it was young pranksters.
I like this trope of a foreign speaker who speaks with a thick accent, but he's still reading from a script, essentially, where the writing itself is very verbose and eloquent. It's good. Like, he's using some pretty smart words in spite of a thick accent.
Can you tell me about this Devil's Pass?
Oh, it's on the far side of the cirque, looking out from the
Yeah,
terrace.
exactly, Form.
As you can imagine, it's called Devil's Pass because it's extremely dangerous. Most of all because of the risk of avalanche.
Oh,
Only
avalanche.
seasoned alpinist can negotiate it, really. As a professional alpinist myself, what I love about it is knowing I'm climbing in the tracks of courageous climbers of bygone times. There's a real sense of history about it. For example, resistance fighters used it during the war to smuggle vagrants and other victims of the Brown Shadow into Switzerland.
He's so enchanting. Like, his stories. I want to sit with him in this tavern in real life and just chat an evening away.
What about those frozen bodies they discovered at the foot of Devil's Pass?
Well, due to climate change, the snow line has receded, revealing the bodies trapped in the ice since the Second World War. Most probably resistance fighters and exiles, trying to flee the fascist occupiers and reach Switzerland by the pass. I imagine they got caught in an avalanche. Poor wretches have been imprisoned ever since. Until today. That is why the authorities have blocked access to the pass, so they can take the bodies out, identify them, and give them a proper burial.
I see. I saw the tent at the foot of the pass through the spyglass outside. Didn't realize it sheltered such a gruesome discovery, though. Right. Thanks for cluing me in. Anyway, I better get back to what I was doing.
You are welcome, Fräulein.
Has a good face, too. What's stopping me from coming closer? Well,
A mechanical stove. Seen better days. Another object with the look of the Vorarlberg workshop.
the wonderful thing about Vorarlberg contraptions is that when you look at them in game, you can see the concept art in your head. I gotta sneeze. I'm alive. Also, yes. Thank you. I'm glad people don't pronounce it. Like, I don't know. There's so much genuine care put into the crafting of this world. Something. Syberia 3.
Lenny's father must have made this stair lift to help her get up and down the stairs. Must have taken him many hours. It's touching when you think about it.
Yeah, like, I don't even know. What are those two rollers in the back for? We'll never know. We'll never know what they're for. It doesn't really make any sense. But you know what? It looks cool. That's all we need to know. It looks complicated. How long has Lenny been in the chair? We don't really know that, I think. It's not been established. I assume at some point maybe they will mention it, but I just assume that it's you know, part of growing up, part of getting old. Because she didn't show any like signs of an illness of some sort in the not flashback, but you know. Yeah, that's kind of the questionable thing, but I kind of still assume that he was still. I don't know. Now you made me doubt myself, so maybe we will still find out. Because I kind of have I don't think this is the last we'll see of Lenny somehow.
An old book? The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann?
So that's why I sneezed.
Funny. My grandparents left me a copy before they died when I was a kid. I should get around to reading it someday.
Yeah, she sneezes just like me. For real, for real. No. So this is it's the stairs.
Dormitories. I wonder how many people stop at the refuge these days.
Yeah, Form also sneezes like a truck hitting the side of a train. This is so cozy looking. Wait, what is this then? Kate, are you sure this is a... Oh, the attic. We always find everything in the attic. But before I go into the attic, where is Lenny's room? This is probably
This must be Lenny's room.
a little bit rude, but we
Not
did.
sure I'm allowed in here, really.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. No? Oh, it's the painting, not the mirror. Wagenzeitung. Local man. Oh, is it still the same newspaper clipping, the one that we saw in the flashback sequence? Local man Leon Kbades took a shock, slalom man's goal at the Garmisch-Partenkirchen Winter Olympics. Vaghen News, 1936. I regret that one a little bit.
Keep your servant also from willful sins. May they not rule over me. Then I will be blameless, innocent of great transgression. Sweet. Photos of the refuge. Looks like they're arranged by time period.
So she never. Okay, so I thought that because she looks at a sort of mostly empty corkboard and she says, I'm going to travel all over the world and fill it up with photographs. And I thought to myself, no, she's not gonna. She will have stayed at the refuge this whole time. And when we visit her as Kate, we're going to see the empty corkboard and it's going to be sad. Instead, we get a full wall of the refuge photos, just from different angles and from different time periods. And that's awesome, right? Even if you don't get to travel, you take the best of what you have. Sure, maybe it's a little bit sad that she hasn't traveled, but she still owned it. Yeah, it's so cool. Hold on, let's go from left to right.
and no photos of the occupation of Vaughan by the Brown Shadow. I guess that corresponds to when Lenny and her father had to leave the refuge.
It's not a life. It's not a life unexperienced. Yeah, exactly.
These date from before the war. There's even one from the summer when Dana worked at the refuge.
Can I read this? No. Back. So this is one, and then the next one is this one, 1976, and this one is what? This one's newer, so 1976.
All these photos go up to the 80s, including my date of birth.
Wait, which?
All these photos go up to the 80s, including my date of birth.
1982? Is that her date of birth? Or 1992? No, it can be 1992. Yeah, it looks like 1972. I was wondering if the 7 was squished into a 9. If the 9 was whatever, you get what I'm saying. Oh. And this one? May 1982. It would make sense given her age at this point in time.
This series ends at 2002, 3 years ago, when I began my journey with Oscar and Hans's train.
No, don't do this to me. Don't bring the frailty of time into this. No. There's a very good it's on the tip of my brain. I unfortunately forgot what the word actually is, but there's a word in Japanese that refers to so it means like fleeting, I guess. But it's the kanji that comprise it kind of refer to something that is transparent or frail. So it's like a fleeting moment, fleeting time period.
She's still sitting there, watching. Wonder what she's thinking about.
God, I could go for a salmon sandwich right about now. She better not be in my room. That's also very good.
That's pretty impressive. Obviously helps Lenny get up and about.
I'm sure you are, Ava. I'm sure you are. It is, like, as we decided all together last stream, it is in fact very good cake. What the fuck is that to the left? I think it's supposed to be Jesus, but it kind of looks like a child. Looks like a doll nailed to the wall. Crucifix, yeah, but it looks a little morbid. Okay. Yeah, she overfed the Jesus. Oh, there's a lot of everything here. I mean, a live man nailed to effectively 2 wooden planks, shoddily put together. Fuck yeah, it's morbid.
It's cold in here.
Cute.
Another of those cigar butts.
Yeah, we found one earlier before we approached the refuge. Don't you talk trash about everybody's favorite cannibal cult.
Austere. Looks like a storage room. So that's the painting Dana told Lenny's father to buy. Not bad. And similar in style to my painting. Wonder what the others were like.
But why didn't she hang it up downstairs?
There. But who could have left it open?
What an American walks in. Oh, it's chilly in here. Closes window. Maybe they were airing out the storage room. Have you not considered that? I was waiting for her to get clubbed over the head. Nah, it's hopefully not that kind of game. I know after Syberia 3 you're expecting the worst, but let's leave eye-patched armed men in the preceding game. I love also how
There must be a lot of work keeping this place going. Hats off to Demoiselle Lenny for managing all by herself.
yeah, no shit, like taking care of all of this while being seemingly stuck to a wheelchair is pretty fucking impressive. Is your only Syberia 3 is my only experience with this series. I am all the more glad that I am able to show you what the series looks like when it's not Syberia 3. I agree with the previous viewer in the last stream, Snatcher, who mentioned that Syberia 3 isn't that bad, but you know.
Dormitories.
No,
I wonder how many people stop at the refuge these days.
but it's definitely the weak link, I think.
Take-up reel. Like the ones used on old cinema projectors.
Yeah, like the whole giant squids and private military contractors chasing her and asylums with crazy Russian nurse ladies. Like all of that shit was completely absent well, almost entirely absent in the first two games. The closest we got was in the second game. We had poachers. The poachers who heard that Kate and Hans are looking for mammoths. And so, no, the monks, yeah, the poachers were a far bigger threat in the sense that they had the, like, the Disney double villain thing where, like, one was the smart, ratty person and the other one was a big, gentle, idiot giant. And so the poachers heard that Kate and Oscar and Hans are looking for mammoths, and that means ivory. And so they wanted to poach the ivory and sell it. And so they hijacked the train in the second game, and there's conflict in that sense, but nothing quite the same as a bald guy in an eye patch with a private military chasing after Kate. That's a much bigger scale. Yeah, that's true, Form. There was the opera singer in the first game that wants to keep his waifu with him forever. Which is respectable, but maybe don't take it too far. 3rd September 1945. Oh, it's the letter. It's the letter that Dana writes at the beginning to be hired on at the refuge. Dear Herr Gustav Renner, with regard to your letter of 3rd August, we are pleased to inform you that Vorarlberg Manufacturing would be honored to assist your daughter Lenny following the tragic events. Oh, no, wait, that's something else. Yeah, see? We are pleased to inform you that Vorarlberg Manufacturing would be honored to assist your daughter Lenny following the tragic events that resulted in her disability. Both my father and my brother Hans would have been as admiring as I am of her selfless courage during the troubling years the old continent of Europe has recently suffered. I am doubly proud to learn that Lenny is the daughter of one of our most talented former employees. It is therefore with great pleasure that Vorarlberg Manufacturing has decided to respond favorably to your request. Please find enclosed the construction plans that will allow you to adapt the entire mountain refuge to Lenny's handicap. Yours sincerely, Anna Vorarlberg. She is the sister to Hans Vorarlberg. It's awesome. Lenny Renner,
I
1945.
must remember to ask Lenny about it.
Medal for Acts of Resistance, 1945. Well, first you need a father who has worked at a clockwork manufacturing company.
Don't want to break my neck, thank you very much.
Ooh,
This must be Yunta's coffer, the one Lenny spoke about.
fancy. Find out about the region and its history before you open Yunta's coffer. Anything else? Is he in color at least? Oh my god, form. Neat. So I think that's everything in the attic, right? It's just the coffer. The trunk. Dad joke Saturday? Are you telling me that it's not every day? I didn't get the memo. Okay, so can we already go and ask Lenny about the medal we found? I already examined this. So we've got find out about the region and its history before you open Yunta's coffer. She looks so tall. Well, yeah. She is 7 feet tall.
What now, Fräulein? I was just about to doze off.
Can you tell me about the resistance medal with your name on it?
Sure, I was in the Resistance. Not for those medals, though. Nothing but tin charms.
Ooh,
You see,
spicy
there's
granny.
those who received medals, and those that were killed. And besides, they aren't gonna give me my legs back, are they?
No, but they prove you played a part in the liberation of your country.
Puh, nonsense. Nothing but bad memories. I'd rather not talk about it.
How did you meet Leon Kobatis?
Why do you ask? You from the police or something?
No. I just thought I'd ask, since you seem to appreciate
You a narc.
didn't you?
Fräulein, when I said you could look in the guest rooms, it didn't include my room. But yes, like I said before, he was a regular customer even before the episode with Dana. To me, he was like a movie star. What young girl wouldn't be bowled over by a young, handsome alpinist, and to top it off, an Olympic medalist?
About Yunta's coffer.
What about it?
Yeah, actually, I was just thinking that, like, She's so distinctly Lenny, but also, yeah, aged up.
Where did the coffer in the loft come from?
In fact, Father made it himself during the long winter evenings. He wanted something more elegant and solid than the old family coffer where he kept the takings. So he made the one upstairs, thanks to the techniques he learnt when he worked in the Vorarlberg factory in Valladolid.
Valladolid in France?
That's right. The price Junta paid was equivalent to a month's worth of takings.
She's so
Money
proud
well
of
spent,
that.
though, because it was built like a mountain fortress.
Fortress, huh? What's the combination?
You wouldn't happen to know the combination, would you?
I told you before, I don't know it.
I'll be going then.
Yeah, she looked annoyed. So she probably wants to peek inside. Let the woman nap? No, she's like, I don't know. It feels like she's baiting Kate to open the coffer.
It's not the time to take the tram back. There's still a lot to do here.
I mean, yes, but for an important cause. For my personal satisfaction. What's this?
That must be the notice the alpinist at the refuge spoke about. It prohibits access to Devil's Pass due to the bodies of the resistance fighters found in the ice.
Achtung, Gefahr. Weggesperrt. Path is closed due to a recent discovery at the foot of the passage known as Devil's Pass. This path has been closed to facilitate excavation works. In order to prevent any risk of accident and to ensure public safety, access to Devil's Pass is strictly prohibited until further notice. Wagen Mountains National Park Authority. November 2005. Is that
That must lead to the other side of the circus.
the circus? I ain't seeing no circus. What's the lady talking about? Teufel is absolutely one of the best German words. Form. I hate you. But also that was very good. I only get fuzzy I'm mad brows when I do boss fights. But Form is very much in a boss fight herself. A girl boss, you might say. So, is there anything else?
Fraulein Laney will end up catching her death of cold if she stays out like that.
So I still need to find out about the region and its history. Is there a way where I can play the reel? Wait, how do I? Should fit.
Take-up reel. Like the ones used on old cinema projectors.
There has to be one here, right?
Lenny's father must have made this stair lift to help her get up and down the stairs. Must have taken him many hours. It's touching when you think about it.
Up. Let's go. Maybe it's in the storage room? Projector. Projector.
Austere. Looks like a storage room.
That's the cigar.
I should check each side of the coffer.
Yeah, that's for the coffer. Can I look behind the painting? I don't think
It must be a lot of work keeping this place going.
I don't think the projector
Hats
would be
off to
behind the
Mademoiselle
painting.
Lenny for managing all by herself.
I feel like it's a little bit too big to be behind the projector, but maybe. Just a whole ass projector behind the painting. No one will watch my secret collection of movies. Oh, I can't rotate it. Okay, so it's not in this room. Maybe it is in Lenny's room? The question is, is there no...
That's pretty impressive. Obviously helps Lenny get up and about.
Anything here that I might have missed? No. Does not look it. What's my feelings about hints? Though this one I think is more bullshit because you may have forgot what you didn't do last stream. First of all, welcome back to the stream, Snatcher. Second of all, I don't mind hints. I like figuring things out. I like the little light bulb showing up above my head. But I don't mind hits, especially if it's taking me a while to arrive to something. But I'm just trying to... I'm not stuck on the coffer so much as I'm trying to... well, not yet, anyway. I'm trying to complete the side objective, find out about the region and its history before you open Yunta's coffer. And I assume it's to do with the take-up reel. It's either that or I missed... or I missed like a thing to examine something somewhere. So you're saying that the side objective has something to do with the the previous section, the 1938 section, when I controlled Dana. I think I explored all of the attic. Yeah. Let's take a look, see what is... Have I already... Pretty sure I checked everything here. Yeah. And on this side... Yeah. What about by the window? Over there. Hereish. It's very cozy though. It looks quite different, but it actually reminds me a little bit of the attic in Syberia 1, where you first read about Hans's past. I examined something as Dana, and now I'm kind of ignoring it as Kate. Okay. We'll start from the bottom. I examined the painting that she bought. I examined the clocks at the bottom. I examined the stove. Is it a different? No. It's not the whatchamacallit? The telescope, right? Because I examined the telescope. Have I been behind the bar? Not yet. It is the telescope? Yeah, so I examined the telescope already. I got all of the pictures. You get even an achievement for... I cannot go behind the bar, it looks like. Oh, that mug just disappeared, I think. It was still a good idea. Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's... can I look at the pictures again? Like, which ones? So what did I miss? Do I need to look at it again? That I took. Oh, maybe. But... just wondering what's the flag that sets it? There's a letter from Anna. Oh, the letter from Anna had multiple pages. I missed that. Yeah, I don't think I would have figured that out. Because I just flat out missed it. Let's get back in there. Go up. Okay. Where was it? It was here. We'll figure it out. Oh, you're right, yeah. Assembly drawings and their bill of materials for the construction of various mechanisms to adapt the refuge to Demoiselle Lenny's handicap. So, still not it. But,
A medal for acts of resistance. And it's got Lenny's name on it.
so that I checked. Weird. I'm going to do one more pass from bottom to top. And if I don't find it, it's not the end of the world. I am a curious bird. So I cannot go all the way down here because Kate doesn't wanna.
No, I can't go.
There's...
Oh, it's dazzling up here. I can see why they call it the Silberspiegel. Silber means silver, and Spiegel is mirror. The silver mirror. It certainly lives up to its name. So much going on in these mountains. Now and before. But I'd better get back on track, or I'll end up renting a room from Demoiselle Lenny and explore the area for weeks.
Now it's safe cracking time. It's okay. I played a lot of Payday 2. Wait, shit. Bust that shit open. Yeah, the introspection one has some really nice writing. And sights. The one where in the forest, as Kate, where you sit down and just bemoan the loss of your newly acquired and immediately lost hedgehog friend. That one was very good. Okay, so it's stuck. Move the camera. It's very simple, but I really enjoy puzzles having their own tracks. The game is completely quiet up until this point. That doesn't match up. Wait a minute. This matches up. This doesn't. Oh, I can't lower it anymore. Am I supposed to keep them? Because I guess we'll find out. Let's just take a look around. Just fuck around and find out. Whoever... Oh, this is more difficult because it's like convex. No, yeah, this looks right. So, and this is like, yeah, because there's a line that runs. Nailed it. Yeah, this one is really cool, actually. I really dig this. Oh, I see. That's awesome. Holy shit. So completing the puzzle on the side progresses the puzzle on the top. That's sweet. Okay, so this fits. This fits. This also fits. This one doesn't fit. This one fits. This one doesn't fit. This one, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah. Very neat. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, you know what this reminds me of? A turntable, right? What a DJ operates with. God, this is so cool.
Amazing. Now it shows the view from the terrace.
Oh, shit. Wait a minute, I got this. I know this. Question is, which one do I use as reference? How many is it? 3? Oh, maybe then. Mhm. I'm gonna try this. 0.72. I don't know if I'm supposed to see progress at this point, but no, I feel like it shows 108. Yeah. Very neat. Eh.
I'll need a key to open it.
Don't I have one still? Oh, I guess not. What? What was that? Oh, just I moved it away. Okay. Oh, is that what she filmed on that night? That's awesome. If that's the case.
Vaughan Refuge, 1937. Yunta's films, taken during the summer Dana worked here.
To me, that's one of the most exciting things you could have found in that case. Not a map to a treasure, not some sort of contraption. It's just a film reel from the night that we saw earlier.
This one says Lenny director. So I guess Lenny did get to make her film after all.
Huh. Yeah, that's awesome.
A film developing company. They probably developed Yunta's films and sent them back once they were done.
Okay. Neat. Steinhoff.
No doubt Yunta must have written this. Summer 1937. The year Dana worked here. Let's see. I filled my last diary last night. Ordered another one, but still waiting for supplies to be delivered to the refuge. Using an old envelope in the meantime. Today invited Dana for a chat after her shift.
What is happening?
I'd like to know what Leon sees in her. I've never seen him so smitten. Thanks for popping up, Dana. How did the shift go?
Fine, same as usual.
Just finishing up here, then I'll make us a nice cup of tea.
Wow, that looks futuristic. What is it?
Ah, that little baby is my viewer. That's why it goes in the coffer.
What does it do?
I use it to put together and edit the rushes.
The what?
Rushes. In other words, the strips of unedited footage. I've finished today's selection, so be a dear and put it in the coffer, would you?
I would if I knew how.
Oh, just turn the key in the lock.
Time swap. Holy shit. Thanks to the document found in 2005 by Kate, you can relive the events of the past it describes. Use the information Dana gained in the past to progress with Kate. I don't know why this is so exciting to me, but it is. Okay. Collect the key from the coffer. I've been playing video games since, I don't know, not that long ago, but still notably long ago, like in early 1990s. So like after playing so many and just something so simple, it's the simple things that get you.
Take the key in the coffer, Dana, my sweet.
The key Yunta asked me to hide.
Dana, be a darling and put the key somewhere safe. You can't be too careful with these mountain people, especially with that little Lenny sniffing around my equipment all the time.
Where do you normally put it?
I have a little hiding place over there.
The face she makes is the face I make when I'm playing this video game.
Is this where you want me to put the key?
Yes, there's a dear.
It's a handy hiding place. Who made it?
Oh, Herr Gustav. He knows only too well that some customers have their little secrets, you know.
Yunta's key should be safe in there.
It's a nice little gimmick. To be honest, they probably could have just had Dana and Kate segments back to back. Yeah, it would probably be much the same. It's that little bit of interactivity, you know? Because it's that eternal debate. Is it do you have that extra bit of interactivity? I guess a good example would be the example that popped into my head was in visual novels. You can have the dialogue auto progress, or you hit X or whatever other button to progress through each line of dialogue. So I'm the kind of person who always turns off the automated thing. I want to progress through the dialogue myself. So that's why I enjoy this little bit of extra interactivity, even if it is exactly as you say, for the most part, cosmetic.
Just need to
Hate
finish
it.
preparing for the filming tomorrow, then we can chat away to our heart's content. If you could just fetch me a new roll of film from the darkroom, then we're done.
It's these little transitions at the push of the player's button that really makes you feel like you're in control of the narrative, even if you aren't. Okay. Should be here. Put this away.
Get away!
This is what if this was in 1938 and the game takes place in 2005, that's like a little under 70 years later you discover this stuff.
Yunta's coffer key.
$1937 even. Okay, so put that bad boy in.
Where can I find the combination for the mechanism?
Same goes for all the little physical interactions the game makes you do. In the art book, the director described it as the joy you get interacting with interesting objects. Yes, that is exactly what Syberia nails. It's in the original Syberia when you fix the violinists in front of the university. It's that kind of giddy feeling of like, yes, I fixed this highly complex contraption, even if you're just, you basically did a reasonably rudimentary video game puzzle, and you're not an engineer. It is a great puzzle, yes. Hi, Lizard. Yeah, that description is very good. The joy you get from interacting with interesting objects. Okay. So I assume I get this sequence also from Dana. You have reached the end of the events from the past described in the document. Oh, so it is still through Kate's perspective, and the time swap is reliant on evidence you find in the present. Okay.
Darn it. The end of Yunta's notes. Impossible to know what happened next. But maybe I can figure out how to open the coffer from what I've read.
So, flower, pine, mountain. Mountain goat, flower, pine. So there was still something I couldn't...
Looks like she didn't note down the end of her meeting with Dana. But it might still contain the info I need to open the coffer.
No, I still think that, hold on. Is it everything that, yeah. So I already examined everything in the coffer. What about, no, it's not. I thought maybe it would be on the other side of the lid. Okay, so if we go to Dana, so we don't know what they talked about. However,
Did you take this picture?
Of course.
there's more stuff to discover. Yeah, you piece of shit.
And Herr Hurst. What's he doing with the Origin expedition?
Unfortunately, all scientific expeditions sponsored by the Brown Shadow come with a chaperone like him. There to make sure their funds are used as they see fit. In other words, that there is no divergence with regards to their ideology.
Sure.
How did you get to film them training?
Oh, it was a commission. Lucky, really. Right place, right time kind of thing. Of course, I jumped at the chance because it meant I could film Leon in action at last.
How did you and Leon get together? I mean, how did you...
We're just friends, if that's what you want to know.
She's too old for him anyway. She's like 22 or something. What a hag.
Herr Gustav's radio. Looks like he customized it, probably to compensate for the wave disturbance due to the mountains.
Okay, but I am mesmerized by all the little wear and tear
Herr Gustav's
on
radio.
the side of the radio.
Looks like he customized it, probably to compensate for the wave disturbance due to the mountains.
All the little scratches. What is this examinable? Oh, it's the photo. Yeah, the objects feel so lifelike because they've got character.
That's a lot of equipment you have there. If you don't mind my asking, how do you manage to pay for it all?
Oh, that's easy. Especially when you know a few generous patrons of the arts, dear.
I don't know if I should be reading between the lines there.
Did you take the photos of the athletes? You're not often lonely then.
Well, look at our sweet little waitress. Doesn't she have a saucy mind? It's called art, dear. My work aims to explore every facet of youth and the vitality of bodies.
I bet it does.
Yeah. I bet it does. Okay, so this is the dark room, and
I love your photos.
me too.
Ah, well, they each represent an element of mountain wildlife and flora I've photographed recently. I used them as a sort of checklist.
A checklist, huh?
Wait a minute. Those pictures. Goat? Maybe? This has to be mountain. No, wait. Goat's here. Goat, flower, mountain, pine. Easy. I feel like the goat is the goat. No, that's too simple. That's a red herring form. So, yeah, okay. Goat, flower, mountain.
Here are the film rolls Yunta asked me for.
Any side objectives here? No.
All these newspaper clippings mention the Brown Shadow. According to Father, their influence is growing among the population. Now that I've had the misfortune of meeting Herr Huss here, I understand his concern.
That is it here. Didn't she ask for tea? No. Hello. I brought you your...
Darn it. The end of Yunta's notes.
Oh, right.
Impossible to know what happened next.
Foop.
According to Yunta's notes, there was a room on the other side. I can't reach it anymore, but Dana could.
Okay, so... Goat. Flower. Mountain. And pine. Please be careful with that thing. How carefully she sets it down. It's amazing. Yeah, this really just has that feeling of like when you're moving from your childhood home, you're clearing out the attic, you find some boxes you don't remember ever seeing, you look inside and you see just like, I don't know, your grandparents' black and white photographs at the very bottom of the box. It's that kind of feeling. Oh,
The screen is in the way.
this is so neat. I don't even know if this is realistic. Like if this is an actual model that exists. But they're convincing me. This is so cool. It's realistic. That makes it even better. Grandfather used devices like that. So neat. Yeah, stand here, you dolt. Jesus. That boy. Are you drunk again? Is he fake climbing in front of the camera? Professional alpinist. This feels so genuine. Her face. Shut it off. She looked like a buffer fish there. This is what she looked like. Speaking of Dragon Age, Inanzor also provided his composition work to Dragon Age. That's the painting. It's like, can I move already? Oh no, wait, did I mess it up by moving too soon? Nope, that's it. You fucked it. That's adorable.
Interesting footage. Let's see what's on the other reel.
I swear, if this is going to be a mood whiplash, this better not be something sad. Wait, did I miss something? Okay. Discover Lenny's film. Old cameras, man. They're so good. Form's got a small collection of antique cameras. That's the amazing puzzle. Where are we sneaking? Yeah, you better not. Quiet, quiet. Whoops. It's so awesome. Yes, thank you, Midori. I was wondering if anybody would pick that up. This is really just a child finds, you find a recording device. What are you gonna do? You're just gonna walk around with it and just randomly record things. Yeah. The first time I got my hands on a camera, on a photo camera, I couldn't let go. I used up an entire photo reel, just within 3 minutes. All 24 pictures were taken almost instantly.
Lenny didn't say she filmed a fight between Dana and Leon. I'd better go back and see her to find out about it.
Yeah, I guess they fought. But what over? I feel like it's something to do with coming with... It's really not a sentence where you want a dramatic pause, is it? Feel like it must have been about coming along with Leon on the expedition or something like that. Wait, where? Oh, she moved. Spry granny.
Demoiselle Lenny, I saw the film you shot of Dana and Leon.
She moves, she moves.
So Junta kept it. She got so cross when she discovered I'd rummaged through her stuff. She most certainly had secrets of her own, that one.
I know it was ages ago, but can you recall what happened between Dana and Leon that day?
You do like flogging a dead horse, don't you,
Oh,
Fraulein? But
you have
as
no
you
idea.
please. Since Junta never let me use her camera, I decided not to ask her anymore. Like that, she couldn't say no, could she? And that's when I heard them arguing.
I like the little tooting finger motion she does. It's the most granny motion she does.
How could you agree to this, Leon? How could you?
I told you I had no choice. The local guide for Baltayar can't do it anymore. He got injured.
Why don't you just refuse then? It's their stupid expedition, not yours.
Look, Dana, I didn't want to.
The shots
tell
are
you, but
very good.
But what?
Frank Huss, that brute from the other night. He's the one that made the call here. In other words, he's taking revenge by sending me to the other side of the world with the Origin expedition. And he said that if I refused, something might happen. Not just to me, but to
Oh my
you as
God,
well.
you piece of
What do you
shit.
mean?
You know what I mean. You're a Vigarian and so are your parents, right? Well, Huss says it won't be long before the Brown Shadow is in power, and he made it clear that something was brewing, and that you and your parents would be first on the list.
What list?
I don't know, but it can't be good.
The naughty list.
Then he said that other Vigarians would follow.
Dear God.
Dana, darling, the world's gone crazy. Promise me you'll be very careful. It will be all right if you just watch yourself and what you say. I've asked Junta to stand by you just in case. It won't be long, darling. Half a school year at the Music Academy. I'll be home for Christmas. Promise. Oh, come here now, my pretty Edelweiss.
She looks so fragile. She looks so frail.
Don't call me that. You know I don't like it.
It's true, though. That's exactly where you are, my pretty Edelweiss.
If you keep that up, Leon Kobatis, I'll find you a nickname too.
Go on, then.
All right?
Leon, Alpine Lover. That sounds like he's into some sick shit. Take back. No, Alpine Lover doesn't. Alpine Lover.
Your nickname will be Alpine Lover from now on.
All right, but maybe you ought not to say this in public.
Yeah, I lost a
Beautiful,
viewer
isn't
over
it?
that joke. Worth it, to be
I could
honest.
stay here forever.
God, it's so good.
There, Fräulein Walker. That is all I have to say. I hope this time you have what you need to continue on your journey.
Thank you, Demoiselle Lenny. But there is just one more thing. You mentioned a music academy? They must have ledgers and archives. Maybe I'll be able to find out whether Dana left an address there.
Well, it hasn't moved. It's still in Vargan. Go to the musicians' district. It's right next to the musical square. That's all I can tell you. So if you don't mind, Fräulein.
Thank you. Then that's where I'll continue my search.
Is it really worth your while to keep looking for Dana? Is it not just another pipe dream, Fräulein? I get the impression there have been others.
I prefer to look at it as a calling. Besides, I don't have much choice. Thanks to you, she's a part of me now.
As you wish. I hope you find what you are looking for.
That's that animation.
Thank you. Again.
Like, it wasn't the best animation, but just like that motion of just like.
I've got everything I need from here, I guess. Best get back to the guest house. Get some rest. I'll go to the music academy first thing in the morning.
Yeah, the great ants being reassuring. So good.
If I were you, Fräulein, I wouldn't wait too long before returning to the tram. It's a fair trot back to the station, you know?
Yeah, well, someone told me that 7.5 kilometers is nothing.
I found her, my sweet Katusha. The girl in the painting. Her name is Dana. Dana Rose.
That's nice, Kate. Real nice.
I'm gonna find out who she was, just like I promised you.
Nothing more than a good old adventure to forget your grief, I guess. You should go, Kate, or you're gonna miss the tram.
I'm always torn about narrative ghosts. I don't know, gay ghosts.
There will always be a train for you.
That's true. Kate and trains are inseparable. It's literally on the cover of the first game. So who is that guy? The cigar smoker. Is it Leon? I kind of doubt it. The smoking man. Yeah, one of the reasons why I take issue with character died, then they show up as a ghost, is that I feel like it cheapens the death a little bit. Like, you killed off a character, but you still want the character to be present in the story. So far, don't take issue with that in this one, but just like there's precedent where that is not done well. And yeah, also what you said for him. One of the eye-rolly instances of that for me was in Arkham Knight, where Joker is dead in Arkham City, but then they bring him back in Arkham Knight as a ghost that monologues at you throughout the story, and it's like, yeah, they told us the Joker would not return. He is finally dead, but also here he is anyway as a ghost to talk your ear off for the entire game. It's like, you couldn't stay away. Oh, holy shit. That is gorgeous. God damn. So, nighttime is the best time to take a walk through the small, narrow streets.
Oh, gosh. What a day.
Yeah, this whole night sequence is one of my favorites. I can absolutely see that. Just look at it. It's so gorgeous. Don't mind hearing me taking a screenshot. Like, it's just so good.
I hope Oscar's okay, wherever he is. I'm not abandoning him. I just need to find him.
Stare at a sewer entrance longingly. I hope Oscar's okay. I hope people think of me when they see a manhole cover. Too late. This is one of the most gushing playthroughs of this I watched. That's okay by me, since I agree 100%. Bets the devs would love it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's certain sentimental value in this for me because Siberia 1, I mentioned this before, Siberia 1 was a formative experience for me. And it is something that made me fall in love with interactive fiction. Like, yeah, I like challenging games. I like um, games that kind of, the only way I can kind of, the best description I have is grab me by the shoulders and shake me. So any game that challenges the way I think, whether that's stance or games that challenge me in mechanically, my hand-eye coordination, stuff like that. And that kind of started with, in a lot of ways, that started with Syberia 1. I wouldn't say part 1 was formative for me. I'd played a good number before it, but it is a series I've been invested in for 20 years since high school, which is no small feat, right? 20 years, that's a person's lifetime. 20 years is a person who has finished high school and is well into university. It's a crazy, like, I don't know. Oh, wait, is that not? No, that's not it. It's here. Like, especially, this is borderline a cynical thing to say, but like, I feel like so many of, oh, I remember this thing, TM, is done in such a superficial way a lot of the time. Here's the reboot for that game that you cherished as a kid, but it is a live service dungeon crawler now. It's like, here's a Netflix series for the franchise you love, but it is like there's a Splinter Cell radio program coming up. It's gonna air on BBC Radio 4, and it is going to be an audio narrative that's going to be told through the perspective of one of the goons that you defeat as Splinter Cell. It's an interesting angle, but at the same time, it's like, okay, that's really interesting, but kind of weird. What part of that quote unquote transmits the soul of Splinter Cell, right?
Closed. It's late. Frau Wagner must have gone to bed.
I beg you, Kate, please come back and say goodbye to your mother. Call me so we can organize your return in the best conditions possible.
Shit,
Call me.
I can't unsee the
Say what's
face
left of our friendship.
on the box. It's
There's
really
no
surprised.
It's too late, Olivia.
That unfortunately really took me out. Yes, and after Syberia 3, I had kind of written off the series ever recapturing its heights. Yeah, then this comes along and totally floored me. Yeah, that's almost like 99% of what I felt like. Like I said in the last stream, I ignored 3 when it came out in 2017. I looked at it, and I told myself, no, I want to treasure. I have a very distinct memory of what I felt like when I played 1 and 2. I don't want to tarnish it. It's like when you think to yourself, I'm going to go back and rewatch a movie from my childhood that I really loved. And then you rewatch it and you're like, oh shit, that's actually not as good as I remember. I wanted to avoid all of that because of how precious the memory was to me. When this came out, however, it looked so promising. And there was a sort of almost like a nostalgic feeling of wanting to check on your friends with whom you haven't kept in touch in a while. That's kind of the feeling you get. And you're like, well, let's revisit all of them. I was burned before Syberia 3, because after Syberia, the success of Syberia, Benoit Sokal formed his own company, White Swan Studios, wasn't it? Which actually makes the White Swan makes a lot of sense. The iconography in this game. White Swan Studios or something like that. White Bird Studios. And so he made an adventure game right after Syberia 2, and it was, I mentioned this briefly in the previous streams, it was set in Africa, and it was supposed to make some social commentary on colonization. It had an animal companion. I don't remember what the game was called, but it had like a panther. Paradise. The game was an absolute mess, like narratively, technologically. I mentioned like the animal sidekick would get stuck behind pre-rendered layers of pre-rendered backgrounds. And it was just, the idea was very cool, right? Because I think it swapped between, like, you could control the animal companion sometimes when the main character was indisposed. But because it was a how do you pronounce that again? Because it was an animal on 4 legs, it got stuck in a lot of areas. So I got kind of really disappointed, and I just kind of like, you know what? I'm good with just Syberia. I saw the White Swan Cafe in the opening while Dana was heading to the performance in the square. Nice touch, yeah. Sinking Island was okay. I might check it out after this one. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I checked everything here. God, it's so good. It's so cozy. I think this one is hard to top. There are new things to look up on the PC. Okay.
Colonel Blake. Vaughan Institute for Forensic Science and Medicine. Charming.
Like, I wouldn't have expected them to actually update the do not disturb sign on the door. I should probably be quiet then. I wouldn't want to disturb. Yeah, no, I don't mind it. Like, it's more that it's the backseat when it's like, go do this, go do that, when it, like, you phrase it in the imperative. But even then, like, I don't begrudge people when they get really excited and like into what's on screen, and they go like, shit, wait a minute, what about that one? What about that thing? So like, I understand that and I empathize with that. So it's not like a hard rule. Excitement is good. Search people and organizations. So I checked that. People. Time for a...
It's a shame that Demoiselle Lenny is so modest about having been a member of the Resistance. She's a true hero.
Time for a reading session. Bring your hot chocolate. April 14, 2005, the ceremony commemorating the 60th anniversary of the liberation of Vaughan took place under a clement sky. The procession first passed down Vaughan's symbolic memory lane. A heartfelt tribute was given to the resistance fighters who indefatigably fought against the fascist invaders throughout the occupation period. Most of the remaining survivors were able to make the journey and deliver moving speeches that deeply touched the assembly. As a reminder, 60 years ago, all the resistance groups of Vaughan fought alongside the Red Army and Allied forces to retake the town and Ostertal from the Brown Shadow. There was, however, just one disappointment. Lenny Renner, the well-known manageress of the refuge of Silberspiegel and one of the most revered and emblematic resistance fighters of our town, once again refused to join the commemoration. Our local icon describes her refusal as her own particular way of paying tribute to her comrades fallen in combat, and should be taken without the slightest hint of controversy. Oh, don't worry, everyone on Twitter will go and complain about it anyway, Lenny. Oh wait, this was 2005. This was in more innocent times. Given the thunderous applause that punctuated the old lady's name when called out at the podium, the sense of decency and discretion was perfectly understood by all present. That is adorable.
No results about Dana. She probably never got famous.
What, no Wikipedia? Oh shit, this is 2000. I need more 2005 relevant jokes. Rule of Rose is very good.
Huh. Junta. Demoiselle Lenny told me a lot about her. But was she some kind of spy?
Born in London in 1912 of two Austrian parents, Junta Steinhoff is a filmmaker and photographer. She's famous for her major aesthetical influence on the cinema of the 1930s. She was at the center of several controversies over her presumed role during the Second World War. Initially accused of collaborating with the Brown Shadow, for whom she made several commissioned films, Junta Steinhoff later was found to have worked for the Allied Secret Services, especially the British. How amazing is that, by the way, as a concept, a filmmaker who is a spy? That makes so much sense. The filmmaker lived in London until 1935. She loved mountaineering, sports, and photography, which led her to following the international winter sports competitions for different newspapers and specialized magazines. She sojourned regularly in the Alps, especially in the area situated in Ostertal. Fluent in German and keen to meld in with the population of Ostertal, the filmmaker chose the artistic pseudonym of Junta Steinhoff. So what is her actual name? I guess we don't know. So borrowing her mother's maiden name while giving a nod to her Germanic origins and to the heroine of the mountain film, The Blue Light, filmed by the very controversial Leni Riefenstahl. Junta Steinhoff dedicated a large part of her work to filming mountaineers come from the four corners of the world to challenge the renowned rock faces of Osterthal. The beauty of youth and the magnificent landscapes combined in her aesthetical vision, so nurturing her passion for both the cinema and photography. I am not familiar, but I'm nonetheless glad that it kind of confirms that in this additional bit of lore. I actually don't know that form. That sounds fascinating. Junta Steinhoff was accepted into the very close circle of Ostertal alpinists. Hungry for outstanding records, the circle was in those days very politicized and said to be close to the fascist ideas of the Brown Shadow. These ideas were exemplified by the conquest of untouched peaks, exalting the supposed virtues of a so-called superior race whose pureness was equated, according to the racist ideology, to that of snow-capped summits. That's poetic. In was during this period that Junta Steinhoff was commissioned to make films for the Brown Shadow. The political movement soon went from fake patron to financier of pure propaganda. Yet when the Second World War broke out, the artistic aura of the filmmaker enabled her to promote her films both in the capitals of the Axis powers as well as in a fair number of Allied countries. It was revealed that Junta took advantage of these trips to supply precious information to the Allied forces, and especially to the Foreign Office in London, who had preventively approached the young woman during the rise of the Brown Shadow in 1930s. Upon the liberation of Ostertal, Junta Steinhoff was detained for a few days for her role in the Brown Shadow's propaganda machine. Her status as a double agent soon enabled her to be cleared. The filmmaker has since kept herself to herself, having returned to live in her native England.
Nothing relevant. The expedition mustn't have led to any major breakthrough, I guess.
The Amazon, origin of a myth. Founded at the beginning of the 19th century, the The Academy of Music quickly became a veritable Wagon institution. The Academy trained many generations of internationally acclaimed musicians, especially pianists, so contributing to the cultural influence of the town the world over. The Academy is also an architectural curiosity. Built on Wagen's main square, its prestigious, world famous automaton orchestra attracts thousands of tourists and music lovers every year from around the world. The Academy is a place of great importance in Wagen history and played a crucial role in the tragic events of the Second World War. Following the annexation of Ostertal by the Brown Shadow in 1938 and by extension of Wagen, the Brown Shadow turned the Academy into an Oberfeldkommandatur, or High Field Command. Opening the archives has since enabled historians to prove that its soundproof rehearsal rooms were used by the Brown Shadow as prison cells and interrogation rooms. That is sad. It was in this building that the last moments of the Wagen offensive were played out. The battle that pitched the Red Army and local resistance fighters against Brown Shadow forces resulted in the liberation of Wagen. Following bitter negotiations with the other Allied powers, the Red Army handed over the main control of the town to American and British forces to allow the Soviets to focus on their ongoing liberation of Central Europe. The Allied forces then made the Academy their general headquarters, so allowing time to initiate a transition of power to the relevant civil authorities. Once this was completed, the Academy once again became a prestigious place for learning music. The Academy's recent history is steeped in controversy. Owing to a large decline in students over the past 20 years, it has recently been announced that the Academy is on the verge of financial collapse. The Council is said to have even taken the decision to close it and to computerize the automaton orchestra, so creating a tourist attraction that can function on a schedule. This decision has triggered loud outcries from the town's heritage advocates who have multiplied appeals. These appeals have been rejected. I think I already read about, yeah, I did. About the Brown Shadow. Locations. Baltayar is a Central Asian country located between Russia and China. Is that like a Nepal reference? Obviously, it's not literally Nepal, but capital and largest town is Kantar. A former British colony, Baltayar was granted independence shortly after the Second World War. It is mostly mountainous, consisting of several mountain ranges separated by valleys and interconnected by a network of caves and prehistoric galleries. 25% of the country is wooded and is also delimited by the desert steppes, as well as by Great Lakes linked together by over 50,000 kilometers of waterways. Baltayar's highest peak is 4,604 meters above sea level and is greatly prized by mountaineers from all over the world. Oh, that's right. There was a side objective for browsing things that I had missed.
The more I discover about Dana, the more I get the feeling I'm only scratching the surface of Wagen's history. Oh, but hey, let's call it a day. I really should go to bed now.
Her yawns are very infectious. That's so good. That's so pretty. You clutch it close. And just fall asleep with it. Yeah, it is very, very cute. Do we get to see Tiny Kate? Do we get to see her mother? Kate Light. Cupcake? Oh my god, that's amazing. Cupcake. Cupcake. Cupcake Walker. Hot damn. Oh, she's adorable.
Is that you, Katie?
Yes, Mom! I mean, who else can it be?
Sassy from the get-go.
Another letter for Dad.
She sounds exactly how I imagined her to sound.
Last time it took Mom days to find the strength to open it.
If she were any younger, it'd be Kate Crawler. What do we got?
Grandpa and Grandma from New York gave it to me for my last birthday. I really ought to read it, or at least dog-ear the pages so it looks like I did.
Absolutely, this is the same Kate. But yeah, this is the Magic Mountain. The book we find on the second floor of the refuge, and she mentioned that she was given it as a kid.
Mom bought those again.
Valium, maybe? This is to ease Mom.
The piano that Mom ordered will soon be here. Couldn't bring myself to tell her that I wanted a drum kit instead.
Everyone acts surprised. I think she mentions it over the phone in the first game or the second game. If I remember correctly. Our dearest Sarah. Sarah, your father and I would like to express our deepest sorrow at what happened to Richard. We are worried about your welfare, darling. Sarah, you might be a fully grown adult, but we still worry about you. We wanted you so much. You are our miracle child, so even now, as a young woman with a daughter of her own, it is hard for us to see you suffer. You have always been our pride and joy. Just remember, we are here for you, should you need us. We will always be here for you as long as we breathe. We shall be with you whatever happens in the spring for your birthday. Remember, just let us know if you want us to stay with you for a while until you're back on your feet, and we shall be down as fast as you can say Jack Robinson. With our deepest love, Mama and Papa. Not yet. Not yet, Farm. But, me too, Midori. Me too.
Wow. I hope I get to travel around the world too when I grow up.
Oh, Kate. Don't you know it? The hidden mysteries of the Amazon.
Oh, hello, Munchkin.
Hey, Mom.
This is so just serene. Can I go into that room? No. Yeah, this room is actually very Syberia one. Continue exploring. Well, I think that progresses the plot, so I want to explore a little bit.
We haven't seen Grandpa and Grandma for a long time. Mom says they'll probably come over from New York on her birthday.
Is that Dana and Leon? No, I don't know. Probably not. You can sort of like, if you squint really hard.
Is everything okay, Katie?
Well, it is at the moment, Mom, because I'm asleep. But when I wake up... Oh, there are a few more things. Take a look around. The wilted flowers? Shit, I didn't notice that. On the mantelpiece? Oh, on the table. Coffee table, yeah. The pick over Dad... Wait a minute, can you rotate it? No, you couldn't. Okay. And the front door. So good. What's in the front door? What does she say if I try to go up?
Come on, I've been cooped up in my room for hours. Jeez, pulling my hair out trying to figure out the math problem Miss Wormwood gave us. I deserve a break, right?
I'm kind of happy they didn't go for the obvious joke of like, I have to study for being a lawyer when I grow up, but I don't wanna.
Mommy, can I go out and play with Olivia?
That depends on you, Munchkin. Did you finish your homework?
Yeah?
Yeah? More or less.
So I can come check it then, right, Katie?
No. It's very complicated. You wouldn't...
Actually, it looks too cold to go out. Think I'll stay in.
Just what I was thinking.
Not fair.
That was adorable. Shit. Okay. I think it might have been... It's been implied that they were friends for a very long time, but I don't think it was ever specifically said that they were childhood friends. Flop, 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 flop. That's the sound she's making.
You forgot your music box.
Be careful with that, please, Munchkin.
did this come from?
I already told you. Your grandma and grandpa gave it to me when I was little.
Doesn't look like it's from New York, though.
I don't know. Must have been in the family forever.
I just love it.
You've always liked it. Ever since you were little.
Will you give it to me when I'm big?
Maybe, if you're a good girl. When I get old.
So when will that be then?
Later, Katie.
But Mom... 100% what I would do with it. Do you remember what I did when I found it for the first time at the beginning of the game? I just kind of wiggled in the examination screen like it was flying.
But when?
In a very, very long time, I guess. When I'll be gone.
That little short "when I'll be gone" just... it hurts. Yeah, it's not sure. Something unity. No, don't look at the letter. Don't do it. I know I would do it too, but don't do it.
Dear Kate, wherever you are now, despite the sad news it contains, I hope this letter reaches you in time.
Oh, give it a rest, Olivia.
Dear Kate, wherever you are now, despite the sad news it contains, I hope this letter reaches you in time.
Oh, give it a rest, Olivia.
So it's here and then at the bottom.
Ah, what the hell? You want me to call you Olivia? Fine. I've survived worse criticism.
Look. Maybe don't make the phone call while in a bad mood. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. You're still internationally wanted? That too. Where was the introspection? Before you call Olivia, so it's not on the bed. Yeah, also it's Nick without a K. No, it's... God damn it, Form.
Who do you think you are, Olivia Foster? It's easy to judge and lecture me from New York. You know nothing about what I've gone through, of what I've had to endure since leaving Hans.
Kate. Stop hiding behind the pillar, Kate. And yes, Nick Canton with a C. I'm just hunting for the introspection seat. Nick Canton is actually the name of someone who worked on the games. Neat. And unfortunate considering his character in 3. Where he drugs a woman, drags her without consent to an underground abandoned subway station. Is this the introspection? And ties her up, yes. Can't forget that. Kind of worried I missed the Introspection seat. Is it not in her room? Oops. I haven't missed it? Okay. With these games, I'm just like, I guess afraid of missing optional content, but overall, so far, it's been really good with not accidentally triggering stuff. Because like in the dream sequence, it allows you to explore.
Don't know why I should be so nervous about making a simple phone call. I mean, hey, I've crossed Europe, been in all sorts of danger, and yet look at me here. I'm worrying about talking to my former best friend. Oh, and I think I used to spend my life on the phone gossiping with her. So what do I risk? Criticism? The one who missed her mother's funeral because she was breaking rocks at the bottom of a mine. In any case, Olivia hasn't stopped criticizing me ever since I left Valladolid on Hans Vorarlberg's train.
She
I'm
missed
the one
you.
who should be criticizing her.
She misses you.
I mean, come on. Isn't she the one who took advantage of my absence to get her hooks into Dan? Now look at me, mulling over old grudges. That's exactly what I wanted to escape from when I decided to go with Hans in his train to Syberia. And then there was the departure with the Yukon tribe, their seasonal migration. Come on, Kate, for Christ's sake, stop procrastinating. Just make the darn call and get it over with.
That's me with every single phone call. That's the most surprised phone booth I have ever seen. In a way, it represents Kate's like inner feelings at the moment. It's waiting patiently. Come on, you can do it. You're calling who? Okay, don't lock up. Don't lock up. You can do it. Come on. One step at a time.
Hello? Hello? Mr. Kenton, is that you? Who's there, please?
Got your letter, Olivia.
Kate, I sent it 2 years ago.
I know, things have been complicated.
Complicated? I see. And so when are you coming back to New York? You know, to visit your mother's grave?
You know I can't come back, Olivia. I'm still wanted by the police over the sale of the Vorarlberg factory.
Oh, I haven't forgotten, believe me. If only you knew how much the accusations hurt your mother. Visits from the police, the requisitions, and just when she was diagnosed, too. And yet the poor woman never stopped hoping that her daughter would come back one day. Or at least call to help her in her final days.
I'm calling precisely because I do care. It's just that ever since Katyusha's death and escaping from the mine, well, things have been, complicated. And then there's the woman in the painting, Dana.
What are you talking about, Kate? Just listen to yourself. None of what you're saying makes any sense.
Olivia, please.
Kate, Okay, listen to me. I thought you had plenty of time to think about how you abandoned all of us. Me, your mother, Dan, or even that poor Mr. Canton. And maybe felt at least some remorse. But I guess I was dreaming. All you do is keep chasing castles in the sky and ignore those who care about you.
I get why you're mad. Do you think I'm not mad at myself?
Well, I hope so.
But there's nothing I can do now to change what happened. It's over, Olivia. All I have now is the woman in the painting.
Oh, Kate. I should have known. And I should never have asked you to call me. Goodbye, Kate. I hope you find whatever it is you've been looking for these past 3 years. One thing's for sure, though. You wanted to be alone, and that's how you're gonna stay.
Yeah, I don't know. I can understand both sides. It's just rough. Yeah, like maybe she could have put it a little bit more elegantly, considering how vulnerable Kate is right now. But she doesn't know how vulnerable Kate is at the moment. I definitely don't agree with the way Olivia. Yeah, like, where has she been all these 3 years? Yeah. Yeah, confirmation bias, basically. It's difficult because absolutely, the closer you are to somebody, I feel like, the more you criticize when that person who you're close to strays from the image that you have of that friend. It feels like betrayal, unrightly so, when your close friend no longer aligns with the image that you expect of them. And I think that's a pretty human thing to expect of the other person. It's wrong, but I feel like it's an easy trap to fall into.
Okay, let's go, kiddo. Another day, another page. A new day in Vaughan. I must take the tram to that music academy where Dana Rose was a student in the 1930s. With a bit of luck, they'll have kept her records.
She's supposedly been getting updates from Canton too, yeah. At the same time, would you believe what Kate's been through? Would Kate, from the start of the first game, you wouldn't believe it? Yeah, that's the thing. Kate, in the beginning of Syberia 1, is very skeptical about a lot of the things that she's told to believe. And only over time does she open up to it. I think at the by the end of Syberia 1, she believes Hans and in the way that she goes with him. But at the beginning of...
Mademoiselle Lenny told me the music academy is near the musical square. Maybe Frau Wagner can tell me more.
But at the same time, at the beginning of Syberia 2, in the very first cinematic, CGI cinematic, Kate tells Hans that he's chasing a pipe dream and that mammoths don't exist. Like, he just tells him in the face. This old man who's been hunting mammoths his whole life, and she just casually tells him, "Oh, they're not real. Get over it." So it's like, as you say, like, how much of what she's trying to tell is believable. I also don't know at what point she is... sorry. So we have the diary, right? And these are Nick Canton's notes. So I don't know yet whether that's going to be confirmed later in the game, but I don't see a very direct and clear confirmation that these notes reached Olivia. They're addressed to Olivia, but we don't know who's in possession of these notes. Technically, the player is in possession of these notes. Yeah, right? But we don't know, like, does Kate find them? Does Olivia find them? are they simply the notes that exist in the sort of fourth wall breaking space for the player to peek at, and them being told through Nick Canton's perspective is simply flavor? Um, so like, I feel like that's kind of open to interpretation from the player. Speaking of, there's more stuff to read. I was expecting it to be one heck of a long journey to reach the refuge, but on the way I bumped into a group of alpinists and technicians from the Institute of Forensic Medicine of Wagen. It turned out they were also heading near the refuge, more precisely to the foot of the infamous pass known as Devil's Pass, to carry out some macabre work. I'll spare you the grim details. Anyway, they kindly offered me a lift to the refuge in their helicopter. Once there, I made the acquaintance of the manageress of the place, a sour-tempered old woman named Lenny, a sly and taciturn old, what the fuck is taciturn? Taciturn old-timer. She wasn't exactly an easy witness to question, I can tell you. All the more so as our meeting took place under the watch of a kind of hired help who must assist the old woman on a daily basis. He was a colossus of a guy and was careful to make himself visible to me while at the same time keeping his face well in the semi-darkness of the common room. Is that not the guy we see in front of the camera at one point? I really need a spectacle. Yeah, I need to find my spectacles. They're lying somewhere around here in my nest. Typical intimidation tactics, which of course were totally useless against me. I mean, I'm from New York, right? I managed to wrinkle the confirmation out of the old dame that Kate Walker had been to the refuge and had questioned the old lady on events that took place in the summer of 1937. Fräulein Eleni ended up caving and begrudgingly told me everything she knew. She spoke a lot about a certain Dana Rose, that's the young woman on Miss Walker's painting. She had apparently fallen for an alpinist by the name of Leon during that summer. All this was during preparations for a secret expedition known as Origin. Financed by the Brown Shadow, it was recorded on film by a female filmmaker in vogue at the time, a certain Junta Steinhoff. What is this Die Weiße Holle? At the bottom. Not sure what that is. Apparently, this Leon, following a disagreement with a Brown Shadow militiaman, was forced by the fascists to go with the expedition to a faraway land they call Baltayar, so causing a painful separation with his Dana Rose. Armed with this knowledge, Kate Walker then continued her research the following day at the Academy of Music of Wagen. Lenny must have been like, fuck, guess I'm telling this whole story twice today. Yeah, the White Hell, is that what it is? Okay. Poor Lenny. That's where I'm headed now to continue my investigation. Oh my god.
Oh, hello, Miss Walker.
I come to you with more tourist questions. Yeah, I think it was an A, so the White Hall. Or maybe they wrote it specifically ambiguously so you could read it both ways.
Ah, Miss Walker, did you sleep all right?
Fine, thanks.
Especially considering like Devil's
Now, is
Pass
there
and stuff
anything you
like that. The refuge.
I went to the Zilberspiegel Refuge yesterday. Oh, magnificent.
I won't disagree with that, Miss Walker. Those mountains are the pride of the town, just like old Lenny.
Lenny is highly respected in Wagen because she was a resistance fighter during World War II, right? Well, I heard about it when I was at the refuge.
So I guess if you don't find that out, you don't get this dialogue line.
Lenny Renner might be a grumpy old spinster, but to us she's still a heroine. Pity the same can't be said of her father, though. Still, everyone has their cross to bear, as they say.
What does that mean?
What do you mean?
No point gossip-mongering. The war was a dark time in Wagen for everyone, see? Best not stir up old memories.
Stir 'em up. Stir 'em up. for history's sake.
I'd like to go to the music academy. Can you tell me how
Same,
to get there?
Midori. I just kind of got taken
You just
aback
need
by
to
that
take
for a
the
moment.
tram northbound to the musical square.
Is there anything I should know about the academy?
To tell the truth, it's a little glum nowadays. Especially when you think it was once the jewel of the town, where students came from all over the world to perform on the musical square, you know. Pity. It's since lost its panache of old through lack of students and means.
Everything seems to link the person I'm looking for with the Second World War and the rise of the Brown Shadow.
Terrible times were those, my dear. Especially when Vagan was occupied after the annexation of Ostertal. Thank God I was born just after the liberation.
I see.
A literal boomer.
But I guess you had to grow up with the after effects of those events.
Oh yes, dear. There was a kind of conspiracy of silence where everyone suspected each other, even their close friends. Did any of them collaborate with the enemy? And if so, was it through like-mindedness or simple cowardice? Were they responsible in one way or another for the arrest or death of a family member?
Oh, it must have been awful.
A terrible time, really.
Well, the person I'm looking for is from the same generation.
You'll just have to hope she managed to survive the madness then.
Well, I guess I should get going. Thank you for your time, Frau Wagner.
Feel free to ask if you have any more questions.
Oh, I will. In the game's next chapter. I also really appreciate, I don't know, characters, everybody, both background characters and the characters you're engaging in, they are active throughout the entirety of the conversation, and not just when it's their turn to speak. So, Frau Wagner was already shaking her head when Kate was talking about the Second World War. Okay, so I assume there's nothing new here. That is still closed. I like this little hub approach to the game's design, I suppose, where you have a sort of HQ, your hub, and from that hub you go to other places. This camera is so much better than Syberia 3. Yeah, well, for one, it doesn't bug out and get stuck in some hell armpit off the map. That camera gave you secondhand anxiety. Need some Disco Elysium shivers to speak up right now. Yeah. Big vacation vibes. True. This isn't far off from what some of the alleyways look like where I grew up, except it's a lot cheerier and with more flowers, but still very similar. In a lot of ways, Lithuanian cities are very interesting from a historical perspective because the country had a very colorful history in regards to who was in power. And so you see Germanic influences, you see, you know, some Polish pieces of Polish history in the cities and so on and so forth. Our port town, Klaipėda, which is facing the Baltic Sea, it was once German owned, so Germany tried to take it back in World War II. And it was called Memel by Germans. And you see a lot of German architecture in that city today. It's just a very fascinating mishmash of different styles from different cultures over the course of multiple centuries. Can you tell my mother is a tour guide? This is so picturesque. I was so unused to human civilization when I flew in over here, a little Jackdaw from Lithuania. I came over to the Netherlands and I visited Amsterdam, and suddenly there's these trams right on the streets where people are walking. And I was just like, what the fuck? There's these huge vehicles that are cutting a path through where there are crowds. What is going on? Am I insane? But now I got used to it. There's a person in front of her. Neat. I really, really like these quieter moments. Allowing you to simply, soak in the atmosphere and listen to the music. It's so human. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, the music is just dreamlike. I still am thinking back to the prologue, and I was completely enchanted by it. Okay. This is where, speaking of the prologue, this is where the game begins. Except it is set in 1937, back when the game starts. And now we visit it in modern times.
Looks like this district has been more modernized than the antique shop district.
I want to go and see the Dana's initials that I left behind. Does it say Musk? Oh, musique. Yeah, it says musique. Haha. Ignore that. Look. Letters are hard. Elon purchased this district too. Kerning is an amazing word, by the way. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, but I have to say, I have to comment on those sweaters. They look very good. I know that's a really stupid thing to say, but come on. He purchased it and is letting the neo-brown fascists in. too soon. Hand wiggling motion.
Oh dear. Help! Help!
Oh, Oscar?
Put me down!
Oscar?
That's my...
You can't catch it! Don't you dare! Put it down! Right now! Alright then. Oscar!
Well, that was easy. That's amazing. I thought they were gonna bully him or like...
Are you alright?
I had a bit of a bumpy ride, but I am glad to see you, Kate Walker.
Oscar. Oh, I've missed you so much.
I say, this display of emotion is most unreasonable, Kate Walker. I do hope you don't plan such profusion every time I change
I
bodies.
see the
It's just that
background.
I've been worrying about you. Where were you, Oscar?
Well, the mechanical instinct of my host took me for a ride. All across town. It took me the whole night to tame it, and that's when I bumped into those little rascals.
Yeah, lucky I was in the area, huh?
Quite. So, Kate Walker, what has happened since we parted at the Balaton River?
Maybe we should just sit down for a second, Oscar. This might take a while.
Cakewalker.
And that's when Demoiselle Lenny gave me the address of the Music Academy in this neighborhood.
I see, Kate Walker.
Whoops.
You must think I'm crazy, huh? Running after that girl, Dana, who must have died ages ago.
Well, Kate Walker, you know I have difficulty understanding illogical thought patterns. But in the end, what I do understand is that you need to find her. Is that correct, Kate Walker?
That is what's
Yes.
important.
That is correct, Oscar. I'm glad you're taking it so well.
I don't see any fundamental difference between crossing Europe in search of mammoths, traveling on ostriches in an irradiated zone, or following your double. These are not things an automaton such as I take into consideration.
Any other thoughts, Oscar?
Honestly, Oscar should be the one to call Olivia.
I guess I could ask you where we are heading, but truth be told, it doesn't really matter. I will follow you wherever you lead, and for as long as you require my services, Kate Walker. That's what an automaton does.
Thank you, Oscar.
Oh dear, I hope you're not going to become physical, are you?
I'm about
No,
to become
I was
very
just gonna
physical.
give you a pat on the back.
I would rather you refrain from having such thoughts.
But
I am
Oscar...
not a dog, you know. Whatever next?
Anyway, we'd better get going, Oscar. And you'd better keep out of sight.
Oh dear, I don't suppose I have any choice.
God, his hops are so good. In that scene where he wreaks havoc, there's like a little scene where he hops up the stairs. And it is amazing.
I'm so glad he's back.
How is your research going, Kate Walker? Is it really necessary for me to be shut up in here, Kate Walker?
Sorry, Oscar, but I don't want to run the risk of losing you again.
Where is he? Is he really in that little backpack? In Gedenken an die Männer und Frauen, die für Inland Ostertal gestorben sind.
Victims of the genocide committed by the fascists during the Second World War. Oh, so many deaths. I hope Dana made it through.
Bag of Oscar holding. Yeah, we will never forget you. In memory... Actually, I'm not sure what it says on English. What's the English equivalent? In memory, in loving memory of the men and women who have died for our country. It's the long tradition of adventure protagonists carrying way more than physically possible. Yeah, I love that animation in Syberia 1, by the way, where you like pick up she picks up a document and the document is just like this giant square, like perfectly stiff, like it's been frozen solid, and she opens up her jacket and she stuffs this A2 piece of paper into her jacket pocket. It's great. Oh, someone's got a tea brewing. Wait. Dana Rose. DR. Come on, Kate. Connect the dots. Like Hollywood. Come on, Kate. You can do it. 2 plus 2 is 4. Gabriel Knight 3 does a great one where he rolls up a jacket into his pants, then had to head down a huge bulge. Actually, maybe I should play Gabriel Knight at some point. I actually missed out on those games. Yeah, I feel like it's meant specifically. It's one of those moments where you're supposed to have the realization, not Kate. So it's kind of like, if you're talking formative games, those and Myst are mine. Yeah. That's very good taste. I mentioned this before. Myst, unfortunately, is something I did not have the brain cells to finish. But what I played, I really, really liked. Wasn't there there's a Myst remake coming out, isn't there? I might actually play that, assuming it's faithfully recreated. On a... Oh, the sequel. Okay. Ribbon, yeah. There was a music puzzle in that game, and I sat at the piano and puzzled it out while my dad and I played together. That is adorable. I love it. What's that beeping noise? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Wait, you hadn't heard of Gabriel Knight form? You sure? I think that and is it just called Clock Tower? There was one also that reaction. I just couldn't remember if it had like a subtitle or something. I've been brainwashed by all the recent games having subtitles, so I just keep thinking, Max Payne? Wasn't it Max Payne Get Him?
Wow. Pity I don't have time for some sightseeing.
Like the design of the lampposts, even something as simple as that, gives so much care. That car, what is that car? That's amazing. It looks like a fish. What is this? What does it say? Wagoner. Oh, construction company? Yeah, construction company. Okay. Dude, I love your car. Hey, baby. Reminds me of that NPC in Barakstadt University, where you walk up to the entrance, and he's like, "Hey, baby, you want to hang out? You want to get laid?" The kid, yeah. And Kate just goes, "Why don't you go do your homework?"
An automaton musician. Looks exactly like Hans's style, like at Borgstadt.
God, that lady hasn't slept in a long time. The one on Kate's right. Now take a good look at her.
An automaton musician.
She's gonna be
Looks
on the left.
exactly like Hans's style, like at Borgstadt.
She had a few rough nights. She's explaining her rough nights to her imaginary friend. I believe it. So is the booping Oscar having dialogue options?
It's all very humiliating for a sophisticated automaton like myself, you know.
You're fine. She looks like when I was first learning to use eyeliner and I had the chunkiest stick from Maybelline. Even for a bird like myself, that's actually relatable. Can you imagine a Jackdaw with an eyeliner? Much less using an eyeliner for the first time.
I only know Dana as a waitress at the refuge, and yet everything seems to fit with her here. Not hard to imagine her coming here to the music academy to study.
That's
And who
adorable.
knows? Maybe Leon waited for her outside one day as a surprise after returning from his Baltayar expedition.
Yeah. Yeah. That face says it all. Yeah, I think that's the question she answered in her head.
Strange.
A puzzle for later? I'm just mesmerized by the design.
I can't open it like this. It looks like it's been mechanically sealed.
Well, there's no way I'm gonna be able to understand. It is Computersteuerung des mechanischen Orchesters. Due to the forthcoming computerization of the mechanical orchestra of the musical square, playing this piano is strictly forbidden until further notice. Yeah.
I don't think I'll be able to open it directly.
So the way she says it, it sounds like she's scheming. It sounds like she's plotting. Put it in a museum at least, yeah. So for anybody watching along who has a fascination with clockwork mechanisms, and ever intends to visit the Netherlands at any point in their lifetime, there's one place I heartily recommend to visit, and that is in Utrecht, a student city, and also one popular among tourists. There is a museum in there, a small, out-of-the-way museum, and in that museum you see a bunch of clockwork mechanisms used to play music. Museum Speelklok in Utrecht. You can note that down and give it a search now or later. It is an enchanting, cozy, small museum displaying a variety of clockwork mechanisms that have played that play music in the past. Some of them, a lot of them still play. So you pay a small fee to get a guide, and you get a walkthrough. Not even just music, yeah. But you get a guide. You come with the, you wait for, because like they do it in waves, right? So you go with the group, you follow the guide, and the guide activates the clockwork mechanisms so that you get to see how they work. The guide explains what they were used for, and so on and so forth. It's the closest to a real life approximation of Vorarlberg automatons in real life. So, if you ever visit the Netherlands and can afford an extra day to visit Utrecht, couldn't recommend more. It's God. It's not. It's not God. Eviction notice. Town. Wow, that's rough. Town Council, Wagen, Ostertal. The Music Academy, Musical Square, Wagen. Dear Sirs, pursuant to the provisions of IRD 1362, you are hereby given an eviction notice and notice to vacate on or before 26th of November the premises owned by the Town Council of Wagen, which premises are now occupied by you. The reason for this eviction notice, the god of automatons. That's Oscar, isn't it? Your failure to pay rent due and in arrears when demanded pursuant to IRD 1364. A demand to pay rent was served upon you on 15th September 2005, and you have refused and neglected to pay rent pay the rent due for the period 15th of June 2005. I really gotta sneeze again. I'm alive. Maybe more Hans? Yes. It was a very dusty letter. You are hereby notified of your right to avoid this eviction by payment prior to the expiration of this notice of all the arrearages. I hereby certify that on the 15th day of October 2005 at 10:15 a.m. I gave in hand to Mr. Maximilian Mahler. That absolutely sounds like the kind of person responsible. It just sounds like a real estate agent. A true copy of the above original notice.
All these letters. They look like letters of formal notice. They probably haven't been paying the bills for some time.
I think I mentioned this when I was playing Observer. Another thing I really like in architecture. I'm not sure what the term is, but you can see the covering on the wall is fading away, and you see the bricks coming through. I enjoy that image.
So that's the famous Wagen Music Academy? It's not what I was expecting.
Not everything lasts forever, Kate. Unfortunately. Or perhaps fortunately, considering that the fleeting nature of things allows us to appreciate them more. Hello? 911? I've got... Wait, no. This is Europe. Thank you, Midori. I was pretty proud of that one. Wait, how do you... No, wait. This phone is full of Easter eggs if you dial numbers from past games. That's amazing. Yes, please. Because I would absolutely, either way, look them up. Call the sluice people. Man, I feel like I'm coming down with a cold.
It looks like the rector is desperate to reduce the costs of running the academy.
For emergency use only. Okay. Marson and Lormont. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5. 8902. Eat shit. Hang up on the...
Bad idea. I must be the last person Marson and Lormont want to hear from.
Okay. Man.
No, that's not a good idea.
Yeah, that's the appropriate reaction. Did anybody, I assume the answer is yes. Did anybody ever try to play music on their phone if they ever owned such a phone? All of the time. So good. Wait, I messed it up. Yeah. Okay, let's try again. It's a little sticky with the gamepad. 1 8 9 9 0 7 7.
Hi, you've reached Olivia. I'm busy right now, but please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Bye.
Wow, I can't believe Olivia doesn't care about me at all. She's off somewhere chasing her personal things and she's ignoring me? How dare she run away from her life and not answer the one phone call that I have... Okay. Dan. 5 5 6 5 5 75.
What would be the point of calling Dan? And besides, I'm pretty sure he and Olivia must share the same phone now. Like everything else.
Just tell him, just phone him up and tell him he's got an outstanding bill for the sex line that he's been calling for the past 3 years. Be very insistent. 43 36 43.
Bonjour, you've reached the Hotel Meritz. Unfortunately, we are currently unavailable. You can also contact us by going to our website or emailing us. If you'd like us to call you back, please leave your name and number after the tone.
Okay. I love this. I love that they went through the effort to do all of this. Wait. I hadn't realized after all of these years, I hadn't realized that there's different phone calls, different phone numbers between the two games. I wonder why. Six 117 766.
Bad idea. I must be the last person Marson and Lormont want to hear from.
Okay, the repeat. Yeah, doing... I did get an achievement I think of some sort. I don't know if I guess I'll do it anyway. I don't want to check into Steam. 6622.
No, that's not a good idea.
Oscar. 618 812.
Kate Walker, I am no longer equipped with a telecommunication device. And besides, may I remind you that I'm right here, in your bag. You can talk to me whenever you please.
Yeah, but it's not the same, Oscar. Alright. Can you write down the candor off one more time? While I try this loose? Because the chat scrolled up. Two. Thank you. 27. That was fast. Fuck. 66. 6 7 4 2 276 6 6 7 4 2. Unfortunate. This way we get to pretend you're still a mustachio man robot. Uh 625.
Thank you for calling Candidov. Our offices are closed for the winter season, but we'll be delighted to deal with your order at the store. In the meantime, why not try our delicious hoisin?
Sounds like
The bite-sized Asian fish candy with sugary taste. Or our hazelnut stuffed Klondikes. Or even our Canadian specialty, honey katawas.
that is how Olga should have sounded in the last game, like she's trying to get you into her bedroom. Yeah, I would have preferred that. Yeah, it did. It didn't read it out. I mean, it just kind of is very this one was very kind of nasal and just like a little bit of a bedroom voice. You can try the Canadian honey catalyst in my bed. But yeah, she should definitely have had a Russian. I mean, yeah, Syberia 3 in general has dropped the accents completely, which was a shame.
So that's the
Oh, yeah.
famous Vaughan Music Academy? It's not what I was expecting.
Okay. And yeah, the construction company had a number on it, which I'm getting the feeling might actually be related to the solving something here. Wait, is that it? Yeah, let's try the construction company. Just because I'm curious at this point. Whoa. God, look at that. Look at that vehicle. I think that number is too long. How do I do this? Guess I take a screenshot. Thank you, operator. Now I got 2 of them. Okay. 1 in each hand. 1 for each brain cell. Okay. 5, 1, 2, 3, 8, 8, 8. 3, 2, 1.
nagging about Firma, Dietrich? I'm not available right now, so please try again later or leave a message after the beep. Cheers.
It's awesome that they let you.
Guten Tag.
What now?
Holy shit.
If you're from the council, you can come back when I'm not so busy.
German. I'm not available right now.
Oh, sorry, you startled me.
So, now what do you want? Council minion?
I'm not from the council. I'm just a visitor here. I came because I was hoping to look at the file of a student from the 1930s.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually. Snatcher.
It's just that I haven't time for digging up old files from 70 years ago. I have way too much to do here, you understand?
Oh my god, he's
I can tell
amazing.
you're a little overwhelmed. Where's the rest of the staff? Or maybe a student could show me.
You are standing in front of the rector and the only employee of this academy. My name is Maximilian Mahler, and it falls upon me to manage everything on the premises.
That's
the
the rector.
maintenance, the archiving, and the lot before we close next month. So, if you don't mind...
I'm very sorry to hear that the academy is closing, and I can see you're extremely busy.
That
but
double
I've
take
come
at Kate
such
when
a
she
long
starts
way to
talking.
see it. I'd be so grateful if you could locate it. It's really important.
Oh my god, his face.
And so is this place important to me, too. And I would love to hear the mechanical orchestra play one last time before the academy closes. But, alas, I can't, can I? Unless,
Unless what?
well, you know.
All right, then. So if I get the mechanical orchestra going, you'll get me that file, right?
Oh, of course, Fraulein. Of course.
That little hop.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Little hop
Or not,
upwards.
I have seen mechanisms like the one on the square before.
Well, in that case, I promise to give you the file in return for your services.
Thanks.
But I must warn you that the square has undergone some transformations over
I
the
just
years.
came from there. How do you
Some
think?
parts of the mechanism may be difficult to get to.
Don't worry, I'll make myself thin and slide between the cracks.
You'll find some of them scattered around the square, and some of the others you'll find in the clock tower. Now, if you'll excuse me for a second.
What are you...
Now, what is the name of that student you're interested in?
Rose. Dana Rose.
And what were the years she attended our illustrious academy?
In the 30s. 1937, to be precise.
Oh. And here it is. And here you will find the annual inspection reports of the mechanisms by Frau Beckmann.
Frau Beckmann?
She was the rectress of the academy during the years you spoke of. These are from 1937. You see, I have a marvelous memory regarding archives.
So proud.
This is why I have chosen Frau Beckmann's, because there's something in here regarding that Edna Droz you spoke of.
Dana Rose.
Quite. You will also find some sheet music with annotations. This is the Hymn of Bargain, which you must play on the piano on the square in order to activate the Orchestra of Automations. Once you have fixed the mechanisms, of course. All right then, here you go. What are you waiting for?
The comedic timing was impeccable. Of just like, I have the perfect memory. 5 lines later. And he's gone. Holy shit.
This sheet music corresponds to the piano part for the Hymn of Wagen. Someone's added annotations. They could help me play the hymn on the piano on the square, like the rector asked me to.
Annotations for begin. I would look at this and I would play on the piano, automatic or not. It would sound like an ape bashing the keys. I have absolutely no musical talent even remotely. You can annotate it all you want.
I wonder what it's supposed to represent.
Hard to decipher.
The report that the rectoress of the academy filled in with the help of Dana back in the 30s. According to the present rector, I should find all the information I need to repair the mechanisms on the square.
Oh. It's time.
Music Academy Inspection
It's
Report,
time
October 12th,
to do the time warp.
1937.
Today, I was due to inspect the musical mechanisms that enable students to give a public display of their talent and enable us to showcase the quality of our teaching to the people of our beautiful town.
Good night, Ava. Thank you very much for coming regardless. Sleep tight.
Like every year, I needed a volunteer from our students to help me during the inspection, and this year's choice was obvious.
I'm fine, really.
Well, you're looking off color, darling, and on edge.
No, it's just that I haven't heard from Leon since he left with the Origin expedition from Kantar. And also,
Well, we've got company. You'll tell me later, Dana, darling. Meantime, be good and stay safe.
You too, Yunta.
Is everything all right? You look under the weather. We don't want one of our best and brightest to fall ill now, do we?
Oh, I'm getting there.
Thank you for asking, Frau Beckmann, but I'm just a little tired, that's all.
And who was that lady?
Just a friend.
The spy.
I met this
Or
summer.
the allies.
You do keep some surprising company, Fraulein Rose. Anyway, I have something for you that will take your mind off things.
Oh?
Would it interest you to see the mechanisms that enabled you to perform so brilliantly here last spring?
That would be wonderful.
Good. Come and join me at the kiosk when you have a moment. But don't be too long, though.
Where did I stop reading this last time? Anyway, better run. New customers arriving for the summer. Quite a little group, too. Scientists training for an expedition, if I understand rightly. And they're coming with their guide and even a famous filmmaker. No rest for the weary. I can only say that so much has changed since that memorable evening at the refuge when I first met Leon. This past summer, by his side, has been like living in a dream. Such a sweet interlude. I finally went to say goodbye to Leon. I was like, yeah, the whole summer. Such a terrible separation. I can't write anymore. Aw. Damn the Brown Shadow and Frank Haas for putting us through this heartache just to satisfy his revenge. Last night, I saw Yunta. That's the filmmaker, and Leon's friend I met last summer at the refuge. I can't think why such a well-known and free-minded figure should want to bother with an 18-year-old girl like me. She's probably just honoring the promise she made to Leon about watching over me, isn't she? Although, I must say she does seem sincere. Maybe we're simply becoming friends. Her diary is extremely pretty. But that's not all. Yunta gave me a letter from Leon. The origin expedition he went with has arrived in Kantar, the capital of Baltayar. As long as he's there, we can write to each other. Leon will send his letters to Junta, who will pass them discreetly to me to avoid any, let's say, awkward questions that my parents might ask about where the letters come from, and above all, about the sender. So excited. Saw Junta again today. She gave me another letter from Leon. Apparently, Herr Berger, the expedition chief, is being really horrible to him, and yet Berger knows full well Leon was forced into accompanying the expedition. But Leon makes Kantar and Baltayar seem so wonderful. I would love to go there with him, running across a land of dreams. Christmas seems so far away. I just can't wait to see him again, so much so that I'm even willing to accept that stupid nickname he gave me. He uses it in all his letters anyway. She even drew the Edelweiss. It's adorable. Then Leon wrote of the imminent departure of the Origin expedition from Kantar. They aim to head out for the wilderness of the high plateau of Baltayar to pursue their search for the abominable snowman. But worst of all, he says he won't be able to write to me. He says the Yetis don't have a postal service. Oh, you little shit. He says the Yetis don't have a postal service. Not funny. Anyway, I hope everything goes well for him. In October, she writes, I must admit, I'm a bit worried, dear diary. It's been weeks since I last heard from Leon. Those fucking Yetis. A replica for the collector's edition? That's actually a brilliant idea. That'd be really good. I knew he wouldn't be able to write once he headed out for the high plateau, but I didn't realize they were supposed to stay there for so long. I wonder what's keeping them. And then, October 21st? Still no news from Leon. It's making me feel physically nervous. That is very good depiction of rain on the other page. I keep getting these horrible nightmares of Leon being attacked by ferocious snow creatures. I was sick this morning. But this 160-page art book... Yeah, I'm really curious about the art book. I keep getting these horrible nightmares of Leon being attacked by ferocious snow creatures. I was sick this morning when I woke up, and I keep getting this oppressed feeling, as if my lung affliction is back. My teachers at the academy find me distracted. I really need to get a hold of myself. Junta is going to stop by to see me at the academy after my lesson. With a little luck, she'll have some good news.
Come and see, Fraulein.
Incredible.
Isn't it just? You see these flags? Each mechanism housing for each musical automaton on the square is represented by one of these flags.
Fascinating.
Today is the day they are being serviced. Each mechanism has been inspected by an Academy maintenance man. In theory, they're all functional. But if you like, you can go and see these maintenance men on my behalf and fetch back their respective reports. You would be doing me a big favor, as I have to inspect the piano in the kiosk. And also, it will give you a chance to take a peek at each of the automaton mechanisms.
Awesome. What do you mean, why me? Well, actually, yeah. Why are you being so nice to me?
Thank you very much for choosing me for this task, Frau Beckmann.
I love that she still thanks
Why
her.
me?
Consider it a reward for being one of the best students of the Academy. And it looks to me like you need something to take your mind
I
off
had a
your
feeling.
worries.
That's very cute.
Now, take this. You'll need it to open the maintenance room that leads to the most impressive mechanism of all, that of the clock tower.
Thank you, Frau Beckmann.
Do you have any questions before you go?
A couple, apparently.
When the mechanical orchestra played along with me last spring, it was incredible. But how does it manage to play at the same tempo as the piano? It was almost like in a dream.
Oh, it wasn't dream work, Fraulein, but clockwork. The piano is connected to the mechanism that you are going to inspect, and the hymn of Wagen played on the keys. That's what sets the rhythm and the intensity of the performance, and that's what triggers everything else.
She definitely sounds like a rector. Also, the clockwork. Shit, I messed it up. Oh wait, I didn't. The clockwork makes the dream work. I got it. I got it on the second try.
Do you know who built the mechanical orchestra? My father told me it didn't exist when he was young.
They were built by a strange young French inventor by the name of Vorarlberg some years ago. From what I heard, he was visiting Wagen while en route to the east, just after the huge fire that destroyed the town. He was moved by the legend of Vera Schönberg, that virtuoso who died in the fire, so he offered his talents to rebuild the city and create the mechanical orchestra.
What happened to Vera Schönberg? My mother always says it's the saddest story.
And she's right. You probably know that Vera Schönberg was Wagen's most famous musician at the beginning of the century. But her legend was truly born the night she performed a cello concerto, right here on the square. It was also the night of the worst fire in Wagen's modern history.
And Frau Schönberg, she died in the fire, right?
She did. As well as all the other musicians and the entire audience. They were surrounded by flames, trapped on this square.
How dreadful.
Dreadful indeed. But according to the legend, Vera Schönberg kept playing Wagen's hymn until the very end. She understood they were all doomed to die, and her music brought them peace of mind during their last moments.
Taking inspiration from
This automaton
Titanic.
you played with last spring was created in her image as a final tribute.
I had no idea.
Well, now you know all about the legend of Vera Schönberg. Was there something else, Fraulein Rose?
That's really good. I really like all these little bits of lore.
I'll go and see the maintenance team.
that are completely optional and
Thank
easy.
you, Fraulein.
Well, relatively easy to miss. I mean, if you don't want to listen, you can just keep going. He said, with disgust in his voice.
According to Frau Beckmann, it opens the maintenance room just next to the clock tower.
Yeah. Time warp. Could just eat mashed potato and Twinkies all day, every day, too. Yeah. Anything else in here that I can examine? No. Okay, so let's examine each. No? I thought he was one of the maintenance men. She's so cute and that, yeah, like Lily Edelweiss.
I can hardly believe I held my concert here just 6 months ago. 6 months. Seems like a lifetime. So much has happened. Meeting Leon for a start. It would be so good if he were here now. I love receiving his letters since he left to Baltear with the Origin expedition. The way he described Kantar, the capital, made it sound like a city from a dream. We've said so much on paper. And I love to read between the lines. But since the expedition left Kantar for the mountains, no news. I just hope he's okay.
A lot of people complain that you can't skip dialogue in this game after selecting it. And yeah, fair, even for me it is a little annoying if I click something twice, but I think it also goes to show that most people are very impatient these days and would miss a lot if they could. I agree. I mean, there's something to be said about Final Fantasy XIV, and there is a fair chunk of people who simply skip through the cutscenes to get to the end game faster. You know? I do agree that it's a little annoying that you can't skip in the sense that like you said, like if you click on something twice. But I'm fine with it, personally.
You can tell, Frau Beckman, this automaton still works correctly, but it's so filthy that it won't last long. It's going to take me the whole day to give it a good clean if it's to get past winter.
I really like his voice. What about you?
So you're the one Frau Beckman sent, are you? Well, you can tell her there's no problem with this automaton. Just needs cleaning up and a bit of oiling. Have a gander at the mechanism if you like.
Don't mind if I do. Oh.
The maintenance man said it was functional. I shouldn't touch it.
My clue instincts are activating. Because these letters I'll need to remember. And this is 6428.
Looks like the rector was right, Oscar. I should be able to find the mechanisms he wants me to repair by following the circuit Dana described in the report.
They would still need to be accessible to us today, Kate Walker.
Glad to see you haven't lost any of your legendary optimism, my dear Oscar.
Is that him whistling? Rector? It's amazing. Wait. I just want to listen to the music. It's so good. Vagan marks 60 years of liberation with Music Academy anniversary celebrations. A ceremony that drew hundreds of people into the streets of Vagan culminated with a solemn tribute to the heroes of the liberation at Vagan Music Academy, followed by a jubilant outdoor ball on the musical square. The liberation shook Ostertal and renewed hope in the world, said the mayor of Vagan in an address at the symbolic Music Academy, where he decorated veterans and resistance members including Mark Thomas, Jules McQuart, and Yvonne Leclerc. The Music Academy, a century-old teaching establishment before the war, became the commandantur of the Brown Shadow before hosting Allied headquarters after the liberation. Upon the departure of the Allies, and thanks to finance from the Marshall Plan, it was able to recover its initial role as a place of musical learning. It was on a more somber note, however, that the rector of the academy concluded that the drop in number of inscriptions, along with the continued decrease of council grants over a period of 2 decades, due to austerity policies maintained by successive councils, have plunged the academy into a grave financial crisis. He warned that the academy is on the brink of bankruptcy and indicated that the closure of the academy is imminent. Unfortunate. Old bad, new good. So, one of the mechanisms was here. I already forgot. 6428. Six. Can you imagine just her rotating these big boys with her hands? It's like everyone's looking on. It's like, what is that American doing? Messing with our, you know, this is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Is it 9? Get them in reverse, maybe. Because the numbers, but only, hold on. So 8, 2, 4, 6. No. Wait a minute. You guys are confusing me. Wait, it's... Yeah, no, I'm... Hold on, I'm dumb. I hate myself sometimes. 1978. Okay, that makes more sense. 1978. There we go. Wait. It's still not doing anything. Please, no, don't remind me of the fucking smoke signals puzzle from Syberia 3. Oh, it's 3. I'm getting there. You know what? If I am looking for Dana, who is still alive, she'll probably die of old age by the time I get to her. Okay, so... ACDG. Oh. Interesting. Oh man, no, not this. Okay, so... How do I... Hold on. I got it. 1, 3... I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna do it. Zoom out. And I'm gonna make this tiny. Like that. I'm gonna put it over here. Okay. I do, however, appreciate. But in this case, my brain is too visually oriented. Okay. So... No, wait a minute. Whoops, no, that's not what I meant. So it's just E. Keep it in, I guess. So... Oh, no, wait. It's this one. So the one above. Take this one. Oh, uh-oh. Oh. Oh, no. Doesn't reach. Oh, it doesn't need to. Okay, so this one's G, but it needs to be lower. But how will I get it lower if this is not reaching? Huh. Problem. Oh, that's not what I meant. Problem. This doesn't. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Huh? Yeah, let me try and figure this one out first. This is kind of... This is actually neat. Quite a bit. So this was one above. Yeah. And then... No, it wasn't. This was like this. And this one's connected. And this one was withdrawn. And at the bottom. Progress.
Save, Kate Walker. You seem to be on the right track to successfully completing the service the Rector asked of you.
Thanks, Oscar. But I still have to find the other mechanisms.
That was really neat. Like, straightforward. But,
An automaton musician. Looks exactly like Hans's style. Like at Bogstadt.
I like the puzzles are kind of a little less, I don't know, less logical puzzles and more like manipulating things, getting things in the right position or location. It's orientation and that stuff I enjoy a little bit more. Yeah, you gotta feel your way through them. But how will I... Do you think they have the same code?
The report that the rectoress of the academy filled in with the help of Dana back in the 30s. According to the present rector, I should find all the information I need to repair the mechanisms on the square.
This splotch is making me a little bit nervous.
I don't think they mentioned this code in the report.
No, they did not.
Given the condition of that door, it should give way if I force it a bit.
Impossible, Kate Walker. Such an act is illegal.
Let's just hope that no police come by here.
Tear it off! I'm already wanted in the US. Time to be wanted in Europe. No, wait. Tick tock, tick tock. It's this. No? No, I don't think it is.
Looks like a part is missing.
Put Oscar.
It won't work.
Yeah, it does look like it's for perforation.
The connection between this mechanism and the other ones on the square seems to be operational. Something's wrong.
Yeah, it's missing the little swingy thingy.
Oh, it had to fall to me.
I get it, fall, because the thingy fell down. Where would I find it? Well, let's advance for now.
A part of the mechanism was damaged, but I changed it. You can tell Frau Beckman everything's in order now.
I did have my introspection. Did you miss it? Would you like me to do it again? Because I can. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, she's worried about Leon.
Wow. I would hate to be the one who must tune this.
Guess that's what we were looking at earlier. Neat.
This looks complex.
Can we go inside? No. Here. This looks so good.
Hey, careful what you're doing here, right? Don't go and injure yourself or damage any of the material.
I won't. Don't worry. I'll be extra careful.
The spare parts for the automatons on the square.
The little drawers in the back. So cozy looking.
I just come down from the tower. You can tell Frau Beckman everything's in order up there. The mechanism's in perfect condition.
According to what the maintenance guy told Dana, there should be an access to the clock tower somewhere in the room.
Everything's fine upstairs. No need to return.
I would love to be able to climb to the top of the clock tower. They say the mechanism is incredible.
Maybe we'll get to have a peek as Kate. I will
I should go back and see Frau Beckmann.
I will point out, well, I guess it just occurred, but still. The next time I see an autosave icon, I'm probably going to, unfortunately, call it tonight again. I really want to continue, but at the same time, I'm feeling a little bit sick. Yeah, I know, Lizard, but I'll continue on Monday. I am enjoying, I'm immensely enjoying this game, and I'm really glad that I get to share it with a captive audience as well. Part of it is also, you know, Ava's not here, and I want her to see more of it as well.
The report ends here. It doesn't say what happened next.
I think it contains all the information you need to repair the mechanisms on the square, Kate Walker.
Okay. So I've checked everything. Yeah, I'm still, I'm gonna wait until the next autosave icon wherever it pops up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay. Jackdaws have a very strong immune system. Am I in the wrong place? Is that not the door? No, that's the Musical Academy. It's on the opposite side of the square. Jackdaws have a very strong immune system. I'll be fine with a little bit of rest, I'm sure.
According to the report, we can access the clock tower mechanism through this building, in what today must be the back room.
There is every indication that it is forbidden to the public, Kate Walker.
Come on, Kate, gotta think out of the box.
This looks so good, though. Ah. I think on Monday, on Monday, I'm going to try and start an hour early because, yeah, otherwise it'll allow me to stream for a little bit longer without cutting into streaming late into the night, you know? So starting next week, I'm going to start streaming 1 hour earlier. Still experimenting and feeling through the dark, so to speak, to see what works best, both for myself and the potential audience. So yeah, coming Monday, I will experiment streaming 1 hour earlier. For tonight, thank you very much for coming. This game is super enchanting and super adorable. I'm gonna go rest and get some nice tea. I'll see you guys hopefully next time.